The meeting of the Board of Education is now called to order. Roll call, Geiger.
Here.
Meek.
Here.
Moore.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Thompson is running just a couple minutes late. Williams here. Weiniger.
Here.
Great, and we're actually going to start with just a moment of silence just to honor 9/11 and all of the brave people that fought for our freedoms and also for all those that tragically had their lives taken. All right, we're going to rise for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, and moving into items 4 and 5 for the DCSD Spotlight, recognition of DCSD's Communication Department Awards and Fox Creek Elementary. Handing it over to Deputy Superintendent Hyatt.
Good evening, Board of Education directors, and good evening, everyone. I want to first wish Superintendent Kane the best as she is in Florida right now caring for her father. She's an excellent model to us all professionally and personally when there's a time and a need to step away and really devote attention to family, and that is what she is doing this evening. So I am happy to fill in for her. So first up, we are recognizing Douglas County School District's Communications Department, who recently received state and national awards. Would the members of the DCSD communications team who are here join me up front? And I know many of them are here. Yay. Sometimes this team is hidden in other rooms helping to support us during Board of Education meetings, so this is fabulous to see them front and center this evening. This team was recognized by the Colorado School Public Relations Association and the National School Public Relations Association for their communications work related to the 2023 mill levy and override and bond campaign. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Chief Communications Officer Stacy Radar to provide more information.
Thank you. And this feels weird, so I appreciate it. This was not my idea, but I do want to introduce this incredible group of people for all of their hard work. The awards that were mentioned were for the 2023 MLO and bond communications work, but there were also a couple others that were awarded this year. So you've probably seen a lot of the banners up on our schools for family favorites or CDE awards. So Miss Jan Reagan received a Brand Image Package Award of Merit from the Colorado School Public Relations Association for that. And then Tommy Palinuk received a Video Award of Merit for his Faces of DCSD video on Sue Timku, the physical education teacher over at Chaparral High School. So I'm going to introduce real quickly their names. We've got Amanda Cuiava. I won't make you speak unless you want to. Amy Pfister just joined us. She is our Community Relations Coordinator. Ann Riso, Jamie DeBartolome's, this is going to be Shalene Garcia Herrada, Jan Reagan, Tommy Palinuk, Paula Hans, and then Allison Roush, who is technically not part of communications right now, but she was a critical part of the MLO and the bond work last year. So I just want to say thank you. This is an incredible group of people who are usually behind the scenes. We're not always comfortable with recognition, so it was really nice that Superintendent Kane asked us to be here tonight. So thank you.
Our communications team is a small but very, very mighty team, and we are so fortunate to have all of you in our district leading our efforts.
Yeah, one more. We've got Jesse behind the scenes. Jason Hackett is our director of communications, and he's right now handling live stream in the back. So thank you, Jason.
Excellent. So if we could get a picture, please. And do we have certificates? Director Williams, do you have the certificates? Director Williams will be sharing certificates with Stacy and team. Congratulations. Another round of applause for this incredible team. All right, our next recognition this evening is to recognize one of our incredible elementary schools. Would the following people please join me up front? Fox Creek Elementary Principal Cheryl Fulmer. Fox Creek SSN Significant Support Needs Teacher Kelsey Meng. Executive Director of Schools John Gutierrez. And Executive Director of Special Education, Liza Meyer. So the Colorado Department of Education recently named Fox Creek Elementary School as a 2024 Significant Support Needs Model School Site. This is a huge accomplishment, and we are so proud of Fox Creek. I know firsthand as the Deputy Superintendent that supports Student Support Services, we worked really hard to try to find the just right school and program to be able to get this recognition and honor, and know that it took an incredible amount of effort and teamwork to be able to get to this place. So we are so, so proud of all of you for what you do for our students. And tell us a little bit about what this honor means to you all. This Fox Creek is the only school in Douglas County that has earned this recognition. So, Ms. Fulmer, tell us what this means to you.
Well, it's been a journey, and truly it started with Kelsey. I have to start with her. So it started with Kelsey seeing this and knowing that this was something that our team could accomplish. And with Kelsey at the helm, it was totally possible for us. Kelsey led the charge. The state came in, they brought us a rubric, and we all sat down and did the initial rubric of what could we do, what did we believe in kids. And truly what it means to us as a staff is truly it's a beacon of hope. It means that this is the beacon of hope for all kids and what we believe all kids should be receiving in public education, what is possible for all of our kids. And it is an honor to work alongside Kelsey and our team, truly, truly. So thank you for that.
All right, Kelsey, I'd love to hear from you.
I just am so honored, and I appreciate the support I've gotten from all of our staff at Fox Creek, my special ed team at Fox Creek, and the district's vet team. So thank you for letting me make this happen.
Well, this is perfect. So, Cheryl, Kelsey, congratulations. Absolutely making a difference over at Fox Creek. We appreciate your leadership. We appreciate your leadership in the program. Fantastic program, model program. It's going to be a great opportunity for our system to grow as a whole. So thank you for the good work. We appreciate you both. You are making a difference in Douglas County.
And along with all the support at Fox Creek, I also want to recognize we have some special ed staff, central staff that also help support you. Robin Carmack, our SSN lead, was integral in this. And then we have our directors, Sarah Cannon and Nicole Leckman-Trujillo with us celebrating today as well. So, thank you.
Definitely represented a lot of team effort and teamwork. And as was mentioned, we are looking forward to being able to highlight and share your program and everything that you are doing with others in our district. So thank you so much for that. And with that, I'll turn it to Director Geiger to hand out some certificates. All right? And we'll do a picture. And can I get the other special education staff that helped to support this to come up here as well, please?
Everybody, you all help.
Another round of applause for Fox Creek Elementary team. And with that, that will end our recognitions for this evening.
Great, thank you. All right, we are going to move into the acceptance of agenda item number 6. Do I have a motion concerning the agenda?
Motion to accept agenda?
Second.
Okay, motion by Weiniger, seconded by Moore. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. On to superintendent updates given by Deputy Superintendent Hyatt.
Thank you. I was going to rename this Deputy Superintendent Updates for this evening. Welcome to September. We are in full high school fall sports and activities. That is in full swing, and we have homecoming weeks that have either just started or are just around the corner. September is also full of many holidays and milestones, including the following. As was already mentioned this evening, tomorrow will mark 23 years since the 9/11 attacks occurred. This is known as Patriot Day and National Day of Service and Remembrance. I want to take a couple of minutes to remember the 3,000 men, women, and children who lost their lives that day in 2001. And also thanks to our incredible first responders, those across the country and those right here in Douglas County. Our flags will be flown at half-staff tomorrow. Tomorrow evening, the Douglas County Marching Band Showcase is taking place at Halftime Help Stadium in Highlands Ranch. Each of our 9 comprehensive high school marching bands will perform at 7 p.m. All 9 bands will perform a combined piece to commemorate 9/11 as well. So hopefully many of you can join us in that event. September is also Suicide Awareness Month. We are sharing information out in our newsletters, but we also encourage the public to get familiar with the 988 Lifeline number. Anyone who's struggling or in crisis can call or text 988 for help. There are also many resources on their website at www.988lifeline.org. While we celebrate Hispanic and Latino communities beyond this month, from September 15th to October 15th, we give extra recognition to the many contributions made to the history and the culture of the United States during National Hispanic Heritage Month. This past Friday, Tara Johnson Swartz, English teacher at STEM School Highlands Ranch, was named as one of 4 Colorado Teacher of the Year finalists, which is a huge recognition. Danny Windsor, Gordon Mosier, and Aaron Kane were able to join Education Commissioner Susana Cordova, State Board of Education Chair Rebecca McClellan, and the STEM administration team in surprising her in person last week for that recognition. I believe there were pictures that recently went out in the superintendent updates and communication. Congratulations to Kim Rankin, Sedalia Elementary School Sustainability Teacher. Kim was awarded a grant from Sprouts for $6,150. This grant will fund projects in Sedalia Elementary sustainability classes and cooking clubs. Congratulations to Zach Rowe, an 8th grader at Crest Hill Middle School. He also attends EDCSD. Zach was one of only 55 students in the U.S. to receive the Cook Young, a prestigious scholarship. The Cook Young Scholars Program is a selective 5-year pre-college scholarship for exceptionally promising 7th grade students. It's quite the honor for a middle school student. Congratulations to Trailblazer Elementary School and Parker Performing Arts for being 2024 recipients of the Cherry Arts Student Art Buying Program. The program gives Colorado students the opportunity to purchase original artwork from the Cherry Creek Arts Festival for permanent installation at their school. Students learn about art appreciation and the business of art while developing teamwork, public speaking, and financial literacy skills. And they receive a $500 donation to spend on art. We have a couple of Douglas County schools celebrating big milestone anniversaries this year. Soaring Hawk Elementary School turned 20, and they are celebrating with a community carnival on Thursday, September 19th at 4 p.m. Cherokee Trail Elementary and Eagle Ridge Elementary are celebrating their 35th anniversary. We will honor these schools at an upcoming board meeting. Esports released its preseason rankings, and 4 of our schools are in the top 10. Congratulations to Ponderosa, Mountain Vista, Highlands Ranch, and Chaparral High Schools. We wish them a great esports season. One Book, One District is ramping up. This event takes place each November. This year's book is Whale Fall by Melissa Stewart. Visit the One Book, One District webpage for information on all events leading up to November. Yesterday, parents and guardians of students identified for gifted programming received information with a link to respond to the DCSD Gifted Education Monitoring Survey. The Douglas County Gifted Education Team, in collaboration with the Douglas County Learning Services Team, has partnered with Hanover Research to design, administer, and analyze a gifted education stakeholder survey. A formal program evaluation is conducted by the Colorado Department of Education every 5 years and through the Colorado Gifted Education Monitoring Process. And DCSD is preparing for that process, which is why we have just administered that survey to our parent community. Next Wednesday is September 18th at 4:30 in this room. We will be hosting our first family engagement topic hosted by our special education team, which will be on the topic of the new look of IEPs with project education. So we hope many of our community members and families will join us for that engagement opportunity. Last Wednesday, our Safety and Security Committee met and discussed the important topic of traffic and pedestrian safety in our county and school communities. This conversation demonstrated our strong and collaborative partnership with our staff and community partners from our local municipalities. Staff is in the process of following up with potential grant partnerships, as well as educational activities and outreach that will improve traffic and pedestrian safety circumstances in our school communities. We will provide further updates in the future. The fiber network upgrades at Stone Canyon Outdoor Education Center have been completed, and that was quite the project that occurred at the end of the summer. The upgrade involved boring in the ground to install 8,000 feet of conduit and fiber around the campus to improve not only the life safety systems, but also the internet access throughout the facility. The internet access speed increased 1,600% as a result of this project, which is a huge value add to this community. Update on Sierra Middle School. The sewer issues have been resolved and all systems are fully operational. Sierra will be back in session tomorrow. And our first professional development day of the year is next Friday, September 20th. So our schools and district teams are preparing for this important professional learning day. That's what I have for updates this evening.
Well, thank you. All right, moving on to item number 8 for turnover and hiring. 20-minute presentation with a 15-minute Q&A.
Good evening, directors. My name is Brian Condon. I'm the school district's Chief Human Resources Officer, and I'm very pleased this evening to be able to present to you all on the school district's turnover and hiring report. Before I begin, I just want to introduce a couple of gentlemen in the audience, my colleagues, Mike Leutz, Mr. Jack Krosner, both of whom are senior HR directors in our school district, and both of whom will be available to answer any questions you may have following tonight's presentation. So to begin, just setting the agenda, we're going to lead off by going over turnover. We'll transition after that and discuss employee survey data, and then conclude by going over and discussing how we did from a hiring and recruitment perspective. So to lead off, let's talk about Colorado Department of Education turnover data. So essentially what the CDE does is every year it takes a snapshot of our staff by certain employee positions, and then compares on December 1st and compares that snapshot to the previous year's December 1st snapshot. So essentially, our most recent CDE data is going to be a comparison of what we looked like on December 1st of 2022 compared to December 1st of 2023. Given that time frame, I think it's certainly unclear what, if any, impact the passage of 5A would have on this data. And other points of interest, the CDE data is very broad. It includes temporary staff, it includes our charter employees, and also includes movement, transfers, and other promotions within our system. So it's a very broad data set. And in slide 4 here, you can see historically how Douglas County School District looks from a CDE turnover perspective. And you can see we're all in green, and what that means is that this year's data set, 22-23, compared to last year's data set of 21-22, DCSD is doing better. Its turnover rates have improved year over year in every CDE position category measured for an overall improvement of 5% in turnover year over year. And in this next table, you can see how Douglas County School District compares to the state average as well as our Denver metro area peers in terms of turnover. And we're all in green again. And what that indicates is that DCSD is doing better than the state average. Our turnover rates are lower than the state average in every job category measured by the Colorado Department of Education, which is a really big improvement from last year, where we had crafts, trades, and services, office admin support, paraprofessionals, and licensed teachers were all above the state average in turnover. You can also see from this table how DCSD compares to its Denver metro area peers in terms of turnover. That's the very last row, and you can see we are certainly out-competing, or at the very least staying competitive with all of our Denver metro area school districts. Internally here in our school district, in our HR department, we also measure turnover, but we do it a little bit differently. So for example, our timeline is really a true comparison of school year over school year. We'll look at how we did last year compared to this year. In our data, it excludes chartered school employees, and it excludes charters, it excludes temporary employees, and it excludes promotions, movement, or other transfers within our system. And here in this table on slide 7, you can see historically what DCSD's turnover looks like. And we're certainly happy to report that year over year, from 22-23 to 23-24, our turnover rate has gone down 3%. And certainly a lot of those gains were made in the licensed employee group, where our turnover went down 3.4% from 12.7 to 9.3% for a savings, or we were able to retain over 100 more licensed staff compared to last year. Next, I'd like to transition and discuss some of the employee exit survey data. And really the point of this is to helpfully inform the board in terms of why our staff are telling us they are leaving Douglas County School District. And so what you have here on slide 8, this is our Workday, which is our internal HR management system. This is what our managers are putting in when they are advised an employee is leaving. This is what they're putting in for why that employee is telling them they're leaving, okay? And so top 5 reasons year over year: personal reasons, retirement, moving, family reasons, and career change opportunity. And I could certainly report that last year, in that same order, our employees reported those were the top 5 reasons they were leaving Douglas County School District. But I will say we made some improvement in the better pay category. Last year, Workday reported that 75 staff resigned because of pay issues, and this year that number's down to 31. Okay, next, moving on, we're going to get into our Human Resources Department's internal licensed and classified exit survey data. So anytime we get notice that an employee, either licensed or classified, is leaving our school district, we shoot them off an email with a survey asking them to essentially report why you're leaving and give us some other information about your time here at DCSD. And so here in slide 9, you can see a comparison from 2022 to 2023 to 2024 regarding how our licensed employees are telling us, or why they're telling us they have left Douglas County School District. And historically, you can see that salary, job opportunity, and district climate and culture have been the main drivers for why our licensed employees are telling us they're leaving Douglas County School District. And we're certainly happy to report that those trends are going down, and less licensed employees reporting that salary, career change, or our climate and culture here in the school district is a motivating factor for them leaving. Where we are seeing gains here is in the retirement area, where more and more of our licensed folks are telling us they're leaving the district because of retirement purposes. And it's worth noting that we still have approximately 13% of our licensed staff are in that 20-plus year experience area. So we could likely continue to see our licensed employees leaving for retirement purposes. We also ask employees about their experience at DCSD when they're leaving, and we ask them how they kind of feel, 1 being the lowest, 5 being the highest in these areas, such as satisfaction with their position, district direction, mission, and values. And we're happy to report that those trends are going up, and more of our employees, when they're leaving, are reporting that they're happier with, for example, the district's salary, its direction, and its climate and culture. Same surveys now with regard to our classified staff. And classified paints a little bit of a different picture. Again, historically, we have salary, job opportunity, and career change being main drivers for our classified staff are reporting they're leaving Douglas County School District. And while we're happy to report that we've made some gains, certainly those same categories, salary, job opportunity, career change, in addition to retirement, continue to be reasons why our classified staff report to us they're leaving Douglas County School District. And again, the satisfaction ranking, our classified staff also reporting, generally speaking, more satisfaction with the direction of the school district, its climate and culture. And lastly, one sort of final data point for the board to consider in terms of how our employees are feeling about working for Douglas County School District. This is recent 2024 Teaching and Learning Conditions Colorado TLCC data. And it really just shows that our employees who are taking this survey are feeling better about working for Douglas County School District. So to sum things up in terms of turnover and retention, if you look at the CD data or DCSD turnover data, you look at the voluntary exit data, I think it paints a picture, and thank you to the public, that the passage of 5A and the resulting salary increases have had a net benefit in our ability to retain staff this past year. And also given the voluntary exit survey data, I think you could also say that with less and less people reporting that climate and culture and district mission is the reason why they're leaving the district, I think our improved culture and climate here has also had a net benefit in our ability to retain staff. But where we want to improve, we are a school district of continuous improvement. We're always looking to get better. And so what I put here in terms of an emphasis in our HR department moving forward from a retention perspective is increasing our emphasis on employee engagement to address improvable circumstances. And so what I've taken here, and thank you, Mr. Leutz, we have quotes from staff taken from the exit survey identifying why they are leaving DCSD. And so his first person wrote that they loved the job, but was asked to do far more outside of teaching that was beneficial. And then another employee wrote that they loved the school, loved the coworkers, sad to leave, but essentially this person needed to make and create a more family-friendly lifestyle for themselves. And lastly, we had an employee write that they weren't planning on leaving DCSD, but they had the opportunity to go from a classified to a certified position and therefore took a different job. All three of these employees are examples of people that we would love to speak to before they decided to leave DCSD. Like, for example, the individual who left because they wanted to go from a classified to a certified position. We have those same opportunities here in DCSD through our alt license program. We can provide that same employee that opportunity, and certainly we want to have that conversation with that employee and let them know that's available, and maybe we can persuade that employee to stay here instead of leaving. And the same thing with the person leaving for personal reasons. I mean, I myself joined DCSD many years ago because I needed to create a more family-friendly lifestyle. And I think we are a family-friendly employer. And to the extent there's an employee out there who's having issues balancing their work and personal life, we want to speak to them and figure out how can we improve your circumstances. So moving on, hiring and recruitment. So how do we do? Well, in the green is our recent 24-25 hiring statistics, and in the blue is last year's. I think we can safely say because we were able to retain more of our staff, we had to hire few of them. So going into the licensed area in green, we hired 299 licensed employees this year compared to 378. And you can also see we had to hire less classified employees this year compared to last year. We also saw less movement in our system, whereas last year we had 527 licensed staff kind of change positions. This year, we only saw 377 licensed staff change positions. And what that tells me, at least, is that A, there were likely less positions to transfer into because we're able to retain more employees. And two, perhaps our employees are feeling better about the jobs they're currently in, and therefore perhaps not looking outward for other opportunities. And lastly, we also have made some success and found some success in filling our vacant positions. So whereas last year we had 30 vacant licensed positions posted, this year we had that number down to 13. And similarly, we've made success in the classified area. When we are hiring, we are seeing increased competition for the jobs that are open. More and more people are choosing externally to apply for DCSD jobs. We saw the licensed area, the professional area, and the admin area all grow in applications year over year. But again, we need to temper that with the realization that classified, appeared to be, less competitive this year. We're also seeing success in LinkedIn. So this past year, we decided to vote more funding to increase DCSD's exposure on LinkedIn, which is, arguably the most premier job search website in the country. And we're happy to report we're seeing really good traction on LinkedIn to the extent that we've had 45 influenced hires on LinkedIn since January 2024. We have thousands of non-employees following us on LinkedIn, and we're continuing to see really good growth there in that area. We also continue to be competitive in hiring licensed employees away from our Denver metro area peers. So here in this pie chart, you can see where some of our new licensed employees came from in their last job. And again, we also get a large extent of our employees from out-of-state districts. And in this next snapshot of our country, you can see that we've hired out-of-state licensed employees from almost every state in the union with significant exposure and growth in California, Texas, and Illinois. And besides going out and hitting job fairs and recruiting and going on LinkedIn, we're also trying to grow our own licensed teachers internally here. And so here what you see is our alt license program participants, and we have 72 total participants this year. And you can see licensed sub, EA, or maybe half of our participants, and we're also seeing external hires being a large growth area. And lastly, just some other, interesting data points from a hiring perspective. Our school district continues to recruit and try to retain student teachers. So this past year, we hired 16 out of the 34 student teachers from the 23-24 school year. And we have 20 new student teachers coming in this fall, with more to come in the spring. Our HR department, as well as our school leadership, are hitting local and national job fairs, getting resumes, and we hired 38 people from job fairs this past year. Our own grads are coming back to teach for us. We hired 36 former DCSD grads to teach in our schools. And we also had 159 former DCSD employees return to the fold and come back to work for us. And lastly, this is an exciting statistic, and thank you again to the public for the passage of 5A. It wasn't so long ago that we had 22% of people that we were seeking to hire rejected our offer because our salary was inadequate. That number's down to 9% this past year. So thank you, board. That's the presentation, and we would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Wow, I think overall that was really great news. That's awesome. So on slide 14, you were talking about the different reasons why people left and wanting to reach them potentially before they leave. Have you and your team talked about a plan to maybe have those discussions or, educate people before they're even to the point of wanting to leave so that they know these opportunities are there?
We are starting to have those discussions, and really it's going to be, we have a lot of really motivated people in our HR department and across our district who are interested in speaking to these folks because they're good people, they're good employees, and we want to make sure they have the full extent of information before they choose to make a decision like leaving DCSD. So we are planning a sort of a mission to go out and try to reach employees maybe on certain points during the calendar year to check in to see how they're doing.
Great. And then my last question is, I know last year, I think we had a big job fair at the Legacy campus that was awesome and great. Are we planning to do that again at the Legacy campus?
Mike, you want to take that one? I don't think it's at the Legacy campus, but we're definitely having a job fair.
That was what we call SURF. When we hosted it, it was the first one ever, which is the Colorado Education Consortium. So it's a statewide put on by all of, higher ed and K-12. We just hosted it because we wanted to have the foot in the door the first time. This year we are looking at a school district up north. And so we're probably keeping it in the Denver metro area, but Jack is a large part of planning it. So he makes sure to keep us on the forefront and always in the know with that.
Great, thank you. Director Geiger?
Hi, this was both fascinating and I think encouraging. There's no doubt about that. There were some places that struck out to me that I just want to ask some informative questions. Number 5 was the turnover, metro area turnover comparison. One of the areas that strikes me that hits every district is turnover in paraprofessionals. Do we have an idea about why? I mean, everybody's losing a quarter to a third of their paraprofessionals every year. Is that pay? Is it just a hard job? Do we have some plan for trying to improve that?
Yeah, very good question. Probably a combination of all of those issues. I mean, from a paraprofessional perspective, that's certainly a position where we'd love to be able to compete from a salary perspective in a better way. And on top of that, it's a difficult job. So yes, it's a job that has a lot of turnover. At this point, I don't really have any concrete, we haven't looked into, from an HR perspective, any sort of avenues to better retain our paraprofessionals, other than to say that when they are having questions about compensation, when they do have issues in terms of their work-life balance and what happens to them at work, we want to work with them, support them, speak to them, and try to work through those issues with them.
Is there a special process for recruiting paraprofessionals that's different than recruiting our licensed teachers?
No, I mean, with paraprofessionals, like for example, we're trying to get out to the community and express in our own Douglas County community, like here's a great way to stay involved, for example, maybe in your kid's school or just in your local school. Be there, be around children. And then also, I don't know if we do job fairs and things of that nature for paraprofessionals, but we'd use LinkedIn, Indeed, other areas like that to try to recruit people to come in and work for our schools in that capacity.
Yeah, because I was told this week visiting some elementary schools that their best paraprofessionals are teachers who have kids in the schools and that kind of thing. So I just wondered if we were looking at that. One line that struck me was on slide 11. Listing in 2023, looking at supervisor reasons. First of all, what's our response rate on our exit survey? Is it?
So for license, it's about 40%, and with classified, it's around 20%.
So, and is there a way to, the more you get, the more data you get. How are we encouraging people to do that? Once they're gone, we don't have a big hold on them. I understand that.
Part of the issue with the classified exit survey is that classified typically don't give the same sort of notice that a licensed employee would give. A licensed employee would typically maybe give you months in advance. Classified is typically that 2-3 week period. So we don't have the same amount of time to get in there and get them to hopefully answer the survey. But yeah, in terms of your question, what happened in 2023 with the supervisor? I don't know. We're trying to find that guy and track him down.
Obviously, it's easy to be funny about a spike like that, but when we have that kind of response, do we then go back and look at the supervisors and try to do some coaching or some assistance saying, we lost half of your classified people in this area? Is that a feedback that then goes back to the educational side?
So yeah, short answer is yes. When we're seeing increased turnover in any building, our school leadership is certainly, and HR department as well, is going in trying to determine what's happening, trends, what are people saying. We're looking at exit survey data. We're talking to employees. We're doing listening tours. So that's something we pay attention to.
Okay. And finally, slide 19, which is the licensed hires, where we're getting our teachers.
Yes.
I would suspect somewhere out there's a pie chart that's the opposite of this about who's hiring our teachers.
Yeah.
Do we have a good idea about where our teachers who go to other districts go? Okay.
No, we don't.
So, all right, that's a short version is on our exit surveys, we don't ask, how come you're leaving us for Cherry Creek or Denver or anything?
I don't know if we actually asked them in our license exit survey what particular, school district they're going to. It's more generally trying to figure out how are they feeling about DCSD, but we haven't gotten that specific. But again, that could be an area where we continue to grow and kind of pin down our license exit survey to get those sort of answers.
Well, since we have a decent idea about what we're competing against and what their pay rates and their benefits are, if we understand that we gained 21 from Cherry Creek, but we lost 45. We can understand what their differences may be to help us. I was just asking that question. Obviously, every one of those 21 people, I very much appreciate coming over, and I understand that. But I just wondered if we kept track of that information. Thank you.
No, I'm sorry.
Director Thompson?
Thank you for the presentation. It was really helpful, and I appreciated the slides. And thank you for those questions, Brad. I felt like they were very helpful questions. I think for anyone listening in, do you mind clarifying what a paraprofessional is so they understand what the questions were about, which staff we're talking about?
Yeah, paraprofessionals are essentially assistants in classrooms that a lot of times would work with in special needs classrooms or one-on-ones with those children.
And what is our number of positions open right now for paraprofessionals, if you were to guess?
If I had to guess, so we have approximately 140 classified positions open. Paraprofessional EA is certainly a position that we're still recruiting, as would be custodial, nutritional services, and other jobs of that nature. If I have a percentage, I don't know. I'd have to come back and get you that information at a later point.
Would it be accurate to say we have a shortage of paraprofessionals?
Yeah, we are certainly hiring still for paraprofessionals, and so we have not filled all those positions.
Okay. And then I have some questions about the graphs on slide 8 and slide 9. We can just start there. just trying to make sense of some of the trends. So this is a single response survey, so they choose one response, or is it multi-choice?
Yes.
Okay, because I see top reason, but I wanted to make sure. And then the license exit survey, is that multi-choice?
Yes.
Okay, so that would explain, I'm like, why do we see salary popping up in the top 10 or top 5 here, but it's not popping up? So that helps clarify that for me. For the personal reasons, I noticed that there's like a place for them to do some sort of open comment, which you gave us some examples towards the end of the presentation. Are we noticing certain trends under personal reasons?
Mike? Mike's gone through all the exit survey data and
So, I mean, just to address a couple of things. First of all, go back to the exit survey. Last year, we were given a position in HR of recruiting and retention coordinator. That's why we're able to bring you this new information that we were not able to bring you in the past. That her position, she's the one that tells Jack and I where we are. When he's in Buffalo and I'm in Wyoming, and we're trying to figure out where we're going next. So thank you for giving us that position. Now that we have the information, we would like to drill down. We would like to have a better tool that says, if you are leaving us to another district, what one are you leaving us? Because the tool we have is not great, but it's a starting point. So we are building capacity within the HR department, within the system, to drill down deeper. To that point, when someone does the single one, it's me turning in my resignation to Brian and going, Brian, I've taken another position, or for personal reasons, I'm leaving. And that's all that it captures. Then when you get this survey, I'm able to go, I didn't like my supervisor, so I took another career job closer to home. And I can pick all of those. And so then we can drill down deeper. And so with the personal reasons, what we're seeing when you're seeing the comments are some of the comments that Brian showed you. I mean, some of the personal reasons are, I hate to leave, but I got to move back home to California to take care of my elderly parents. I hate to leave, but my husband or spouse got transferred. I can't handle the stress anymore. Those are the ones some of them we can't do anything about. Some of them we can get to earlier and go, if you want that career change, we've got a lot of careers here. And so that's where we can get some of that. To go to the EA4 real quick, a couple of issues there. One is it can be an entry position. So we do hire a lot of younger people. So think of it as like starting at Target and Walmart, and they're going to go on to college. The other thing is we've created some of our own problem. If you saw that other slide, we are building our SPED teachers out of those great EAs who started a career there and went, I want to do this. And now they're in our alt program. So if we hire 30 of our EAs into our alt program, we're now turning them over out of here. And then the 50% are the ones we love. Those are the retired teachers. Those are mom that just wants to be in their kid's school. And we got to figure out how to capture them and put our arms around them. Because if you've been in any of those roles, they are the most rewarding, amazing roles, and they are the hardest role. I was a principal. I loved my EAs every day. I said, please come back tomorrow. That's all I want. So absolutely. So I hope that answers. I'm sorry, Brian, I kind of overstepped there. I hope that answers a lot of questions.
Yeah, that does, and it's wonderful context, so thank you for that.
Yeah.
Then the last question that I had, just for a thought moving forward too, it'd be helpful to know the percentage of those that left that are completing the surveys, just to kind of get an idea. Are we looking at the majority that have left, like just an...
Yeah, and that's what we had some of the numbers on. We played with it and trying to figure it out. But yeah, I was going to say it's classified for licensed about 40, classified about 20, and then that's like Brian said too. A lot of times, classified might just give us a one-day notice, so there's no time to get them that survey out and get them in touch with them.
Thank you. And then for the last question that I had was just on slide 17 for job applications. It would be nice to just see the comparison of how many open positions there were compared to the application. So for example, for technical, I see 0. Did we have 50 positions available and there's 0 applicants, or is that something where it's getting very, very difficult to hire technical? I don't expect you to be able to answer on the fly. It was just a thought moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you.
Director Weiniger.
I actually had a similar question on this same slide, because everything seemed to be improving, and it was really good news, and then it seems classified was like, oh, we got less applicants. Do you have more color around that? Is it the types of jobs in the classified, or is it, I was just curious.
You know, I don't know if we have any we haven't studied it in particular. I just think generally speaking, when we're talking about our classified employees, we're competing against industry, private companies who for the past 2 to 3 years have been steadily increasing their salaries, right, year over year. And I think it's likely made our classified positions a little less competitive than they were in years past. And I think some of again, it's 20% of our classified staff, but in the voluntary exit survey data, they're reporting career change, job opportunity being the reason why they're leaving. And so it's likely that people potentially seeing our positions posted may have questions about some of those same issues.
Thank you very much. This was a very positive presentation. Thank you.
Director Myers.
Thank you. Great information and definitely positive. Just a curiosity question. Do we ever ask, or do we ever know the data on the number of our employees that actually live in Douglas County? I don't know if it was a year or so ago that we had, Superintendent Kane talked about affordable housing and a possible scenario. But anyway, is that a big...
The new guy took that slide out this year, is the short answer. I'm happy to look into that and get you that information on a separate communication.
All right, thank you, Mr. Condon and team.
Thank you.
On to item number 9, state testing and literacy update for a 15-minute presentation and a 10-minute Q&A. Looking at Mr. Reynolds.
All right, well, they get that loaded. Thus is the time of year where we get pulses of data occasionally. Even today, they announced the release of performance frameworks that are preliminary. So that was something that comes out. So some of this data you have seen, and I provide you all with information as it becomes available. I recently shared a memo with you to summarize our own district performance framework. At our next meeting in later September, I'll provide more detail on all of this data. This is more of the appetizer, and we'll get to the main course when we get closer to the second meeting in September. A few things. This is taking us back to last year. I provided you all with a full report to really dive in. There's more slides than I have available up here, but this is the time limit that I have. I can talk learning for hours on end, so I was given a specific time limit here. Just some background. The colors do mean something on these slides. Green is good. That's the general rule of thumb. And so the more green that we see, the happier that we are. And this is a data point that really looks at changing from spring to spring. And we like to see more green every year. And this is looking at all of our grade levels from K through 8. And so you can see the total N size at the bottom. And we want to continue to increase the amount of green from year to year. We're dealing with a very large data set. So when you round that data set, it doesn't always add up to 100. So you may recognize that it doesn't add up to 100. But generally speaking, we're seeing less of the wrong colors and more of the right colors. This is also a breakdown from grade level to grade level. Again, the idea here is for us to be able to identify specific grade levels where we may see changes in the amount of students who are mid, above, or early on grade level. And it does shift over time. When you see major shifts in the number, sometimes that indicates that there is a big change in the curriculum. Different skills being introduced sometimes has a dramatic effect on performance. Generally speaking, as you move through the years, we're gaining percentages across our grade levels, which is really, really good news. This is our middle school data. Again, the same type of color structure here, and we'd like to see more and more gains in all of our grade levels, specifically in middle school, which I have some more information on a little bit later. This is a graph that's provided to us because not only do we want to see achievement, but we want to see those students grow. And so this is a two-dimensional look at growth, which is the median percent of typical growth on the left side, and then the achievement on the horizontal axis. We want to be up in the top quadrants in the upper right. We want to see our students that are high performing as well as growing. So anytime we can see a cluster like that in that top quadrant, it's really, really good news. This is our reading data. So previously we were looking at math. Again, we like to see green. Green is good, more green is better. And we continue to see a growth in green, specifically in the darker green, which is really, really exciting because that's more students that are performing on grade level. One thing just for our general public, when we're talking about reading, this isn't assessing students' ability to read. We do not assess that way. This is assessing students' ability to perform on grade level standards. A different bar. Simply students' ability to read, we would have a higher performance. Performing on grade level standards, the standards are difficult and it's a higher level. At some point, if you're all interested, I would offer up to do a work session and have you guys actually take the test so you can experience it yourself. I'll offer that up to the superintendent and as to you as well. It is a different ballgame in terms of what these tests look like, how they behave, and what they're asking our students to do. Here is a snapshot over different grade levels for the same 3-year span. Again, we'd like to see more and more green. There are certain grade levels where we don't see as much green as we'd like to, and we're continuing to dive in and dig into that data as well. And here again is our middle school data. We are implementing a new core program in our middle schools, which is really, really exciting for us because now we're providing our staff with resources, ready-made resources, where they don't have to go to the internet to get it, which is going to provide us an opportunity for equity of access of high-quality materials, which is really exciting for us. Again, we want to see that upper quadrant for high growth and high achievement. The more we can push that upper bounds, the further to the right and up we can go, the better, and that's always good for us to be able to see. One other thing that we do like to see, and I provided a snapshot, all of these are in that slide deck that you have for the full report, is to look at performance across different subgroups. That's something that we actively monitor. And in this case, this is showing performance and also the growth. Now, as I talked before, green is good, blue is better. So anytime we see blue on the growth, that means they're exceeding the expectations that are set in Curriculum Associates. Now, those expectations are not bound by the subgroup demographics themselves. It's the overall. So this is their growth in comparison to the overall data set. So anytime you're above that blue, that means you're making more headway against their model, which is really, really good. The only time you can add more green is if you have more blue in the growth. So we like to see that across all demographic groups. Again, we splice and dice this. This is Hispanic, yes and no. So the previous one was race, this is ethnicity. Again, we like to see the dark blue, and the higher the percentages, the better. And that's why at a previous meeting, we were celebrating 2 of our schools to get the stretch growth. That goes above and beyond that. So many times we're looking at stretch growth when we're looking at particular students or particular subgroups. This is also a snapshot of English learners. Again, we want to be able to see that snapshot where our growth is above that blue because we want to see the green continue to grow for all of our groups. And this is also for special education. Again, we want to see that dark blue color. That means we're exceeding that threshold of 100% and pushing the envelope of getting more of that green color. This same graphic for reading. For reading, we spent a lot of time in the last several years. You've heard me talk about it. You've heard our superintendent talk about it. Literacy has been a big focus area for us. And so to see the higher numbers on literacy is not a surprise because we've been spending a lot of time working with core reading programs that are elementary school. And so having these large numbers is really, really great, especially for some of these subgroups. It's really, really good to see them exceed those standards as well. This is for your ethnicity for Hispanic. And this is your data for English learners. Again, we're exceeding that threshold of 100, which is really, really exciting. And lastly, for the demographic group, this is special education. Again, we're really excited to see that number continue to grow beyond 100 and continue to have larger gains in that area as well, which shows that there are gains year over year. You continue to grow the green color as well. Now turning our attention, this is just really a primer for CMAS. I will come back at the meeting later to show it to you, but I couldn't resist but to show you some initial data on CMAS. This is a really broad snapshot, so I like to start really broad before we get more granular. This is looking at all grade levels, K-8, and it's looking at English language arts and math as a snapshot. We like to climb stairs, and we like to climb stairs to the right, and we like those stairs to be really big from year to year to year. This is a massive data set. This is all of our students, 30+ thousand students. So we continue to see a mean scale score that increase, which means that we have more students that are proficient or exceeding standards, which is really, really great. And to see us be above where we were in 2019 is really, really exciting as well. This is our growth data. Anytime we can exceed 50, it's really, really good news for us. The category for the performance frameworks, 50 is a median. And for a large data set, you tend to regress towards that median of 50. So anytime we can see a number above that 50, that means our students are out-competing their academic peers. And our middle number is higher than 50, which is really good news, which is why we continue to grow the stairs, because they're out-competing their academic peers, which is really, really good. So for a literacy update, we have a variety of different things that are happening right now. StudySync, that is the program that we are implementing in our middle schools. We had several schools last year, we talked about this in this room, pilot StudySync. Now we're adding the other schools to that so that all of our schools are participating in StudySync, which is a standard aligned curriculum. So we've been training our students on how to use it. We've been working with our leaders on how to support that work, which is really, really exciting. We've had more training for Wonders and Benchmark, both things that are offered as optional, and also much of the work that we're doing now is embedded, where we actually go to a school, sit down with grade level teams or whole staff, and provide support for both Wonders and Benchmark. Really exciting, starting last year, is we had specific days set aside, professional development days for special education providers. That was a wonderful opportunity for us, really thanks to Danelle Hyatt's leadership and Liza, in terms of let's provide an opportunity to really target special education providers and talk about literacy, not only grade level expectations, but what are some interventions we can provide for students who may not be accessing grade level content. The other thing that we've been spending a whole lot of time on is writing. Much of the assessment that is now occurring in CMAS requires our students to write. That's what makes CMAS really, really hard. CMAS by the numbers is more difficult than PSAT, SAT, because it requires them to write, and it's such a different thing. So we've been talking a lot about how to do some integrated write professional development, where you're looking at your core program and how to get students to write authentically in all of their classes, not just in their reading block. And then the other thing that we've been doing is looking at numeracy. We're adding math to the conversation. And as a former math teacher, I could not be more excited about that. Now that we're starting to have conversations about literacy, one of the first things that we want to do is, again, do another audit of our resources to see what resources are in play, what resources do our staff need, and what resources are they actually using for instruction. We've had a couple of different events that we've offered this summer. We hosted a Math Fest, and yes, I did say Math Fest. It's an opportunity for us to really talk about math and invite people to the table. Really excited. We have over 70 people attend that. It's a voluntary event, and we're to the point now where we're rivaling some of the state level events for math, which is great. The other thing that we're trying to do at this point in time is look at more staff embedded professional development for math specifically. We had the opportunity to hire another math coordinator, which is wonderful. That means I have two for 90 schools. So they are very, very busy, and they're going to different schools to be able to provide embedded staff development. Teachers are really, really jammed in terms of what they're doing with their time, and so we come to them. So that's been very, very helpful for us. In terms of next steps, we have a lot of next steps coming our way. The performance frameworks were released publicly today, but we've had them for some time, and we've been sharing them with our leaders. I've been meeting with a lot of different leaders to review their data to help them understand their data and create action plans for this year. The District Accountability Committee has been very, very active in looking at district data and preparing to create a recommendation for the Unified Improvement Plan, which will be coming to you at our next meeting as well. So I'll be meeting with them again. We had a work session at the end of August to review the data as it was just released that day. Performance frameworks, even though they're out right now, that's released on a preliminary basis, they won't be finalized until November and December. That gives districts and schools an opportunity to do what's called a request to reconsider if the data within those frameworks, they have questions, concerns, or if they disagree with that. And then in January, after all of the dust settles and they finalize those ratings, I will be back to give you a formal update on those readings and those ratings as they are finalized. So with that, I'm going to take a breath and give you an opportunity to ask questions.
Thank you for that. I just have a quick question. Are our charters included in these numbers?
Yes. The one exception would be when we get down to iReady, not every charter school uses iReady. So this is encompassing of charter schools that have joined our account. Some charter schools may have their own account for iReady, but these are the ones that have joined us officially.
Okay, thank you. Director Myers.
Thank you, Matt. Good information. Just a quick question. Study Sync core reading program for middle school.
Yes.
Is this a common practice to implement a core reading program in a middle school? Or have we done this in the past, or is this just a new program?
Well, I can't speak historically, but in my time here, this is our first opportunity to be able to do this across all of our schools.
So then are our kids, are kids are put into different groups? So is it for everyone? Okay.
It is. This is our core reading program for our core courses at middle school.
Okay, thank you.
Director Geiger.
One thing I didn't see on here is how are our participation rates?
That is something that you'll see at our September meeting.
Okay.
Because that is certainly something that we pay attention to, and it's certainly something that is influencing our data, and I'll share that with you all in September.
Didn't mean to jump in front of you. On that, can you clarify for the people who are watching, we have 62,000 students, we have 30,000 responses on CMAS. That's because this is only K through 8, right?
Actually, this is only 3 through 8.
3 through 8?
Yes.
Okay.
And so this is a truncated data set. There is no state mandated testing for K1, 2, and 3, or K1, 2. And then when you get to high school, it transitions to PSAT, SAT, and our seniors are off the hook. They do not have to take a test.
They get free. And the other one I want to ask is that, and we may not keep this data, I'm looking at slide, they don't appear to be numbered. 9, maybe? There seems to be, on the reading, there seems to be kind of an intransigent 10 to 15% well below grade level. Do we have any idea if those are kids who transferred in after our elementary school, or if those are our kind of homegrown students? Do we keep track of that at all?
You know, at my level, when I'm looking at district-wide data, our kids are our kids.
Yeah.
So I typically don't parse that out, but I know our schools are interested in that data. So locally, you know, our schools may have that to look at who they've had, who they haven't had. We do capture some of that movement data in our growth data, because growth is only captured if they're consistently tested over time. So we do see influences of that. But in terms of this data set, I look at it just generally, if they're in our system, they're our kids, and so.
Well, and I don't denigrate that, I'm just wondering if we can try to identify like 16% of eighth graders who are reading at 3 grade levels or below. That's obviously, it's not a great number, although we're doing great on other ones. If we know that those are kids who didn't get it in our elementary schools, or if we know those are kids who maybe didn't get it somewhere else, and now we're trying to catch them up.
I think you're going to have influences of all of that. We see every different type of student. And so some of those students are matriculating through our system, and some of them are brand new. And so, I mean, I can certainly connect and start looking at that data to know, how long it would be to represent a student certain situation of what data to capture or not. But it's something we could look at.
Well, it just would interest me to know how long it takes us to take a kid that came from somewhere else that may have not had the same opportunities. Because our kids are very fortunate. They have amazing opportunities. And we may have kids coming in who didn't have those same opportunities. And I'm just wondering if we've got the data to capture how that distinction exists, and we may not. I mean, I assume we don't have transfers put somewhere in our CMAS data, but I just was wondering.
Yeah, one of the things that we do look at is our growth data. So when you combine the two of those and look at where the performance, looking at growth data is helpful on an individual student basis to see how they're responding to instruction and intervention. So this is a particular data point that's very, very interesting for us, just to see if our intervention or instruction for students, especially those who are just joining us, is effective.
Thank you.
Director Meek.
Yeah, Mr. Reynolds, thank you. This was a great teaser presentation. You got to wait for more, or be on the DAC as the liaison, and you get a little more information as they're working on the UIP. So I wanted to thank you so much for all the work that you've done with the District Accountability Committee. The amount of data that they go through to help create that unified improvement plan recommendation is pretty amazing, and you do a great job walking them through that. So thank you. And I love how we look at the iReady data, and the disaggregation is always really helpful. I think we've seen comparison to other districts in the past, maybe, or even nationwide comparisons.
For some of this, I have access to it. For others, no. The vendor tells me no a lot when I ask for data from other districts. Something about contractual agreements. We do get snapshots, and it's in the full report to look at how we compare to national trends. I do get access to that information, but in terms of direct comparisons to other districts, they limit what I can see based on their contractual agreements with other districts.
Director Thompson.
Thank you. Just to build on that question, what about at the state level?
So iReady is not administered statewide, and so it's only select districts that choose to participate in it. So I think I would run into the same conversation about sharing data, because they don't have the whole state. They'd love to have the whole state, but I just don't have that data.
All right. So in September, will we get to see this by the components?
In terms of?
Like the scores, so if we're in reading, we're going to see it like broken down by the components, like phonics, et cetera?
For this particular presentation, no, because the next one is going to be CMAS.
Okay.
I'm transitioning to CMAS. If you would like to see that level of granularity, that's something I can certainly look to generate. When this report is generated by Curriculum Associates, it's looking at our overall performance. There are sections of it within the report that you guys have that does break it down by unique domains or standards in math. So if you're interested in that, the full report would have more of that granularity.
Okay. And then could you just give a broad overview about how we use this data in the classroom setting, at the school level, and then at the admin level?
Yeah, absolutely. So this data is pretty interesting because it's an adaptive test. So it doesn't necessarily benchmark students against the standard, which is kind of a nice backdrop, because students, as they take the test, it shifts depending on how they answer. So if a student answers a question right, it continues to add more and more complexity. So what this allows us to do is it allows us to look at student performance for what they do well and areas that they need to work on. So schools and teachers, so I'll start with teachers first, they can look at their classroom and they can see what students are excelling at certain standards and what standards they need to work on. It also does cluster grouping of students based on how they're performing on the test. So from a teacher standpoint, it gives them a wealth of data on how they perform on this particular assessment. From a principal standpoint, overall, they get a snapshot of just the overall performance of their building based on how students are answering. So for them, it's an opportunity for them to be able to reflect on what professional development do I need to bring in, what are some resources I can dedicate, and where I may have some issues within data that I may have to answer to. A prime example of that is today I met with an elementary principal, and we were looking at the data to try to find out what are some areas that, in this particular instance, the principal could target for an area of growth so that they could update their plan of action and look for specific, was it a student population? Was it a specific subject or grade level that they could target in terms of providing more professional development? As a leadership group for us, when we look at the overall district, one, it gives us kind of a litmus test of our overall health in terms of are our priorities still in line? We've had primarily 4 priorities in the last couple of years, and having that narrow focus has seemed to have helped us. And just to continue that conversation, but also looking at the math, we need to turn our attention to math now to get those performances up.
Thank you. I appreciated how much information you're able to provide in such a short presentation, especially the data on subgroups. I really appreciated that one. And I also liked the next steps with the spotlight or focus on writing. I feel like I've already experienced that with my kid at home. So he's even talking about the focus on writing this year. So it's nice to see that, hear it here, and then also see it translate at home as a mom.
Well, that's another piece of data for me. That's great. That's
Yeah.
awesome. That's awesome.
All right, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so the next thing on the agenda is a recess. So we will come back at 6:30. The meeting of the board is back in session. Moving on to item number 11, the strategic planning vendor, and we have Chief of Staff Colella.
Good evening, everybody. It's my pleasure to introduce our strategic plan partners from Successful Practices Network. But before I do that, I just want to give the board and anybody watching, perhaps all 15 of the folks watching on YouTube, some context. So a strategic plan is really a district's opportunity to look back at what's been done and really to focus on how we want to move forward for the next 5, 10, 20 years. School districts periodically do that, and in fact, Douglas County did that in 2018. And we are back about 5 years later to have a really big and productive and awesome conversation about where we want to go as a district. That conversation is very much informed by the district's ends. And so our presentation tonight will very much incorporate those ends on top of giving a lot of fantastic information. Just so you are aware, the board is aware, this is really the third conversation that we've had with our partners. The first one was with our cabinet. The second one was at DLT on Thursday, and got a lot of great feedback from that conversation. And now our partners come in front of you to present their role and their vision for our conversation moving forward. Again, very much informed by the board. So it's very much my pleasure to introduce Dr. Robert Peters and Mr. Ray McNulty from Successful Practices Network.
Thank you.
Thanks, brother.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Ray McNulty and Robert Peters.
Robert Peters.
It's great to be here. We were in the district I was in the district last week. You know how when you walk into a place and you all of a sudden get the feeling, like you walk into some stores and you're like, oh, I got to turn around. And I'm in the schools a lot, all the time. It was really fantastic, and it's great to be here tonight. I'm going to start just briefly by introducing myself to you all. As I said, I'm Ray McNulty. I'm currently the senior thought leader and thought fellow at SPN. Prior to that, I was the president, and I made the thoughtful decision on July 1 to stop chasing the budgets and looking at things and just dive into what I really love to do, which is the future of education. And so I'm doing that. And then my career, I've been in education for a long time, over 50 years. And I've been a teacher, principal, superintendent. I was a superintendent for 25 years in the state of Vermont. And then I became a commissioner of education there. Worked under both a Democratic and Republican governor. Left there to work for Bill Gates when he started his foundation. And my focus there was on high school transformation in the United States. Left the Gates Foundation to work for a gentleman by the name of Bill Daggett, who's currently the chairman of the SPN. And Bill, at that time, was running a company called the International Center for Leadership and Education. And Bill's a futurist as well, and Bill spends a lot of his time building a company that was sold a couple of times to Scholastic and other big companies, but he and I partnered. In my career, I decided that online learning was becoming a big thing, so I left the International Center and became the dean at Southern New Hampshire University. Some of you might know SNHU. It's one of the largest online providers in the world, and they were named the 12th most innovative company in the world. And so I ran the education division for them for a while. And then got a call from my good friend Bill again, who said, Ray, can you come back and work with us? So here I am. And it's great to be with you all. I'm going to let Robert introduce himself when he talks, which is in 1 minute, because I'm going to hand it over to him. And I'm going to let Robert lead this piece with you all. We have about 25 minutes to get our thoughts and ideas out to you, and another 15 for a conversation that we'd love to have. So Robert, you're on.
I think I should have gone first, man. I can't top that, right? Can't top that.
I'm older than you. I can't keep a job.
Definitely. I've worked with Dr. Bill Daggett and Ray McNulty for about the last 10 years as the Senior Vice President over content and implementation. I started out with them at HMH, Houghton Mifflin Harcourt, actually supervising about 1,500 scopes of work through around 600 districts. I was executive director of all implementation and content there. And then I came over to really work with, I call him Dr. Bill Daggett, but I call him Doc. I came over to work with Doc and Ray McNulty at Successful Practices Network. So I supervise all content implementation, and I do a lot of traveling. As a matter of fact, I've been in about 50 school districts in maybe about the last 6 months. I've got a 12-year-old daughter who plays volleyball and tennis. So when I go home, I'm definitely on daddy duty and at tennis practice. And my son is a 10-year-old student with autism. So in your special education scores, my son has autism. My daughter is gifted. So when we talk about the differences in children, I actually see those differences firsthand. So we're looking forward to working with you all. And I just want to start with just a little data and really set the scene for Ray to begin the process of really talking about the process of evolving and the planning process. So this is really my favorite article. It really talks about how technology has really influenced evolution between us as well as the workforce. I mean, I'm a Gen Xer, okay? I remember when they said there was this real cool thing called the internet. You guys remember that? There was this cool thing called the internet. I remember my first cell phone. I was an adult, right? I remember the first iPhone. I think there's been 15 new iPhones. So when we think about evolution and we think about change, we are living in the fastest rate of change in human history. And this actual article talks about from the 1970s, because I was a kid in the 70s, to really a kid in the 80s, but to now, we're living in the fastest rate of change in human history. And in that rate of evolution, then how have we evolved? One thing that we can say is, the next slide, our students are different. We have evolved. Technology has changed us, it's changed our children, and as we know, technology, there's an evolution within the actual workplace. And as we work with some of the highest performing school districts across the country, we talk about how do we bridge that gap between the children evolving through technology and then districts evolving with those students through the workplace and actually changing those pathways for children, definitely. As far as that changing workplace in society, I'm just going to give you a couple data points. One data point specifically as far as our students and how they have evolved. This shows that just in 4 years, when we were 16 years old, I remember being in the line to get my license when I was 16 years old. But now children are really not interested in getting their license, right? Another thing, part-time jobs. This is in 4 years. This just shows the percentages that have decreased in 4 years. Even the first date. We see that children are dating a lot later than they dated when we were younger. Also, as far as we're seeing a gap between education and industry. The number of students that are really starting post-secondary programs and earning a degree after 6 years is at 43% right now. Also, the students from low income that are also earning a degree in 6 years, we're at 13%. Last, we see a lot of graduates that are going through 4 years of college, and when they come out, they are in jobs that really didn't need a college degree. So as we begin to think about education, and we begin to think about the workplace and skills, the best districts across the country are finding that special sauce in how do we evolve with the workplace. And as we begin to talk through some additional data, we see that the skills that we see with students, we see that as far as the jobs that are open and available, 73 people or 73 individuals are open or actually going and looking at trying to get 100 jobs. So we also see that a lot of jobs, there are a lot of job openings and not a lot of skilled students, participants, employees trying to actually go for those jobs. So as we begin to think through the processes, we see students changing. We see AI has changed. I could give you a screen that has about 300 new AI apps that have been created in the last 90 days. We see digital technology changing, and we see virtual work has done explosions across the nation. A lot of individuals are working from their home now. So how does that influence our children? How does that influence our districts, and how do we evolve as a district? How do we evolve as a community? As far as studies are concerned, these are 3 very important studies that we can actually share with you. But McKinsey and Company, they looked specifically at defining the skills citizens will need in the future world of work. Deloitte talked about the state of AI, and in a World Economic Forum, they talked about specific jobs for the future. And when we look at the future, McKinsey and Company talked about 56 skills that are needed for children in the future. As we are evolving, these are 56 foundational skills that are needed. Those can be grouped into 4 specific pieces that I really see in your board ends when I see as far as a lot of the information that I'm reading. One is cognitive. Your literacy scores are amazing. One thing that I could say was, I think that we were not able to actually get national comparisons. We can help you with that. We have districts all across the country that we can definitely assist in getting those national comparisons and data. But we see fundamentally that that cognitive pedagogy is extremely important. Also, interpersonal skills, soft skills. We see the ability to collaborate, the ability to work together as a team to be extremely important. And the McKinsey study talks specifically about interpersonal self-leadership. When I was a kid, I was in the debate club. I enjoyed it, right? That was something that really changed my life. If I did not have the opportunity to be in a debate club and sit down and debate with one another and go through monologues, Shakespearean monologues, and be able to stand in front of individuals and talk with them, I probably wouldn't be with you today. So we see self-leadership as extremely important. And the last piece is the digital piece. Right now, I'm telling you, if I have a digital a problem in my home, I go to my 12-year-old daughter, okay? She can actually help me with that. And as we're looking through ensuring that children are more than proficient and, as far as looking at those high levels of digital knowledge, these are 4 pieces that are extremely important. The cognitive piece, the interpersonal piece, the self-leadership, and the digital piece. Lastly, as we think through evolution, we're going to be talking with you about the past, the present, and the future. And when we work with communities all across the country, districts all across the country, how do we evolve? How do we look at our past? How do we look at our present? And then how do we then begin to prepare for our future in that evolution?
So Robert has been kind of laying out a couple of the items that kind of, I'd say, what's happened on the outsides of our system. And I'm going to talk about a couple of things. I'm going to kind of take you deeper into the world of education and some other interesting facts. And also I'm going to share with you the current project timeline. What does that look like? And so I want you to think about these words, past, present, and future. Really, when you think about this, the past has already happened, right? So we don't have to worry about that. That's happened. The present's the only thing we get to stand in every day. And the future, which is where the district and one of our tasks is, what's out there? Where are we going? How are we going to get there? What's it look like out there? The future is always present, but it's not evenly distributed. So what I mean by that is AI, over 20 years ago, was sitting out there. It was sitting over there and over there and over there. Then all of a sudden one day, it became the present. And then people are adapting to it. And so I want to talk a bit about that with you all. Some of you may remember when we used brown paper bags to cover up. How many any board members? I know you're a former teacher, right? So we all did. I mean, I remember doing it. I remember actually going to like businesses and they gave us, like the cleaners would give us book covers and the grocery store would give us book covers. Right. Just think about that. We did that because we would buy curriculum and that curriculum would last 10 years. It was a 10-year pitch, boom. You want to know about why in schools we're always used to doing it over and over and over? Because we did it over and over and over again. Just think of that, and to think about like today. Every day, change will only accelerate, demanding us not to just adapt, but to anticipate and prepare for the future. And that yellow line is really what the strategic plan is all about. It's not about adapting anymore. Look, COVID hit and we adapted. And by the way, I think educators and school systems in this country did a great job of adapting, right? But there were districts that were already ahead of us because they were deeply invested in online learning as a school system. They were having their kids do it a lot. So they flipped the switch. They were ready for the future. A lot of others, we adapted quickly. Does that make any sense, y'all? I mean, we can't just adapt. We can't wait for something to happen. You've got great teachers in this system. You've got an amazing leadership group of people, and it should feel like being. My days when I was at Gates, we would go over to Google. We would go to all these companies, and it felt different when you walked in there. People were trying things. They were out there trying to figure out like what's next. And in education, that's not something we always do. But I think there's a district, and I think it's this one, that we're working with that's saying, like, we want to set the road. We want to make the road. Educators want to be the developers of the future of what needs to occur. And so that's what's really important about this particular slide is that, as Robert was beginning to say, when I usually ask people, I say, do you think that the speed of change is fast these days? And they all say, yes. And then I say to them the next sentence, today it'll be the slowest it'll be for the rest of your life. It never slows down. And how does business, when I look at the board, I think you have business people on the board, you've got, families, you got all this going on, and we know that in our business, we've got to be on top of it. Things are changing. We've got to look out there. Not something we generally do in education. So this is, quote, this present moment used to be the unimaginable future, right now. Just this is that point in time. It's the future for all of us. It becomes the present. All of a sudden, here we are. And I think about that when I see this. Right? This at one time was the future. This at one time, do you remember smoking on airplanes? People lighting matches on airplanes. That at one time was the future. And you think about that, and you say, oh my God, lighting matches on the plane? Well, the pilot was smoking in the front, lighting his own, it was like a smoking room in that side. But that was at one time, that was the future. As an educator, that was the future. We had, and I remember I grew up in Boston, you probably can hear that, and I live on Cape Cod, so, most of my career was in Vermont, and I just remember having, in my classroom, all 26 of the Encyclopedia Britannica. And education in those days was about, if you're going to study Nebraska, you go to the end, you look it up, and you draw a picture of a map, and you cut out a piece of corn, you paste it on the top front of it, and you say, Nebraska. And that was where all the knowledge was. What's it like today? What are our kids facing? How much, they get so much information, they have access to everything in the world, and there's good, there's bad, and there's totally strange things there. And educating our kids to survive in that world is very different from this world. We have to be there. And by the way, it's easy to say all of this, but the problem is when we start talking about the future, our brains make us think it's stupid. Like just recently, Elon Musk is talking about taking his entire Tesla factory and just having it serviced by robots. I'm thinking like, I can't see that. But remember when I first heard about these places? The first time I heard about Amazon, I thought, why do I need to buy something online? I have stores. They're all around me. I walk to them. Now, it's like if the Amazon truck doesn't stop at my house on any given day, he says, I'm going to call the police because he thinks something's wrong. But, Uber, I never thought of that. I mean, it's crazy. So we have to, and as a board and as leadership, we have to realize that as we start to see things popping up, our brains are the first thing to say, that's never going to happen. Well, I think we know a lot more now that many of these things can happen. See, we live in what's called the VUCA world. The word comes from the military. You can Google it or ask AI. Or just hang on one more slide. So VUCA stands for the world we live in today, which is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. That's the world we live in. It's not highly predictable. Matter of fact, it's very complex. Everybody in a business now, or leaders in a school district, or parents at home, we're faced with problems that don't have solutions very often. They have to be navigated rather than solved. Because that's the kind of world we live in. And so how would you lead in such a world? How would the board and the leadership team lead a district into the future in this kind of a world? In a very volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous world. Well, the fact of it is that what we know from the research is that volatility is managed by vision. And if there's one thing I've begun to learn here, and the work, by the way, of the board as well, is that the point about living in a volatile world, you have to keep your mind and your eyes on where are you going? What do you want? We must be clear about where the organization is going and what it's all about.
Definitely.
And your ends work is really kind of laying out a good path and road ahead. When I look at it, I think about cognitive skills, digital skills,
Exactly.
civic responsibility, all Robert was just talking about. Workforce readiness skills. The workforce is saying to us, we don't need people with too many, the degree issue is still an issue. They want people that have skills. They graduate with skills. That's different than graduating with just content. Content is nice. Skills are even better. That's what the business is saying to us now. So when we think about that, you've laid out some of this already. Self-leadership and interpersonal skills.
Exactly.
Robert pointed those out. Those are coming from the McKinsey report. They're coming. So I say, is that an English class or is that a social studies class? Where does that fall as we think about education? How do we get our teachers, our educators who really are into this? They're trying to figure out how do you take content and have content become the enabler to learn those skills? Because content is still important. Do not think it isn't. But from it being the total outcome right now in school is make sure you have 4 English, 4 math, 3 science. Now it might be, as we look ahead, what kind of skills do we want our students to graduate with? And I was over at, what was the building we were at the other? Legacy building the other day, watching some of the most amazing things go on. And like, this district it's positioned incredibly well to get into this. And your last one is, while being proactive is determining what our kids need for their future, in a changing world, we want to prepare our kids in our district to lead the way. If you want to lead the way, we have to anticipate and prepare. And that's what our work is going to be about. The future, by the way, will reward clarity, but it will punish certainty. What it means by that is you have a really clear vision of where you want to go, but don't be so certain about how you're going to get there. Now, I like this cartoon. It's one of my favorites, is that systems can't build the future by perfecting the past.
Right.
I want you to understand that. That's critical. We need to be future-focused. But here's the game plan. We have to do both. In your system, you have to care for the present. Do what we're already doing, even better. But at the same time, we have to invent a different future for our learners.
Right.
And that's referred to as next practices. And that's really, how do we create a different future? And that happens by being a system that looks forward to making the future a little bit more important than the past. That's kind of one of my quotes that I wanted to throw in there. By that, I don't mean it's a lot more important, but the future is where, when we think about the kids that are in your system right now, they're going to be living 2030, 2040, 2050. They need to be ready for that kind of a world. They don't need to be ready for paper bags covering our books. They need to be ready for that. So how do we evolve in that direction? So part of our work is to get engaged with that.
Sure.
And you see, what we all feel is three pressures on a system like yours or even on your business. The weight of the past. As we move ahead, people don't like to let go of anything that they've got with them. It's like they want to bring it all. Well, we're going to have to figure that out. All right? The push of the present. Like, what is it that's pushing us now? And then the third is the pull of the future. Businesses are saying, we need people that can do these things out there in the field. So those three things are part of the work that we'll be doing, is looking at, like, what is the weight of the past? And you'll see in a minute, I'm going to share some questions that we share. But what happens when you take these three things, these three pressures, you create what we would call a plausible future, a vision for where you want to go. That'll be the road that we'll be going on. So when I was here last week, we asked the district leadership team 3 questions, just to start to collect data. We just got the data yesterday, so it's not open yet tonight. We have a team working on it. But we asked them 3 questions. We asked them a question about the past. Which elements of Douglas County's past have significantly contributed to our current success and the legacy of thriving schools? What is it? We asked them. There was about 120, 30 or so people in that. So we're looking for them to give us some feedback on that. The push to the present. We wanted to find out from them which current pressures demand the most attention and resources of Douglas County educators, and are they aligned with the district's strategic vision? Are we spending time on the things that matter, or are we spending time on things that don't matter? And the last is the pull of the future. It's like, what skills, practices, and/or mindsets does Douglas County need to develop to ensure its schools are thriving in the future? Like, what do we need to add? And I'd love to be able to say, we can make this list up. No, we're not doing that. We're going to engage in this in the community. So there's a project timeline that's been developed right now. Actually, we altered it just last week when we were here. The superintendent's office has been focused on it. I separated this little item. Our boss, the chairman of the board, Dr. Daggett, Bill, he's going to be in the county October 1, 2, and 3. And he's going to be doing stakeholder forums. He's going to be in all of the areas. I think it's 4. Is it 4 regions? 3 regions. And he's going to do some talks engaging in education, the workplace, and society. The project looks like this right now. And up here, facilitations, 9/4, cabinet meeting. We've met with the DLT. We're here tonight. And our goals in these meetings is just to engage leadership in conversations about the district past, present, future, and just to get a sense of understanding each other. Bill will be here 10-1 to 10-3. He'll engage community and future-focused concepts with the community. He'll solicit focus group feedback. He'll ask for people to give us feedback. And then there'll be a quiet period in November and December. We think the schools are busy in November. There's a bond vote. There's other stuff going on. Then it's the holiday season. So in January, we'll start to facilitate face-to-face meetings with diverse audiences. We'll look to distribute future-focused surveys. We'll develop and produce a white paper about what we're learning. We'll share that with you all. We'll present the white paper to the DLT, continue to do that work. I know there's 3 days, I have 3 meetings with the board over a period of time to engage them in this work and help kind of us all think through this effort. That's what we're all about. That's what the project is, and it's 1:07, and we did it.
You did it. You did it.
Great job.
Questions?
Looking over there. But, I mean, one of the things I want to say is that this is a very unique district.
Sure.
And as Robert said, we're in a lot of schools, and I've been in lots of schools. When I was at Gates, I flew all over the world looking at schools just to find out, like, where are the... And there's a culture here that that I've discovered that's been really exciting, and I yacked about it to my wife and some of my colleagues. And, you know, I think one of the things is that what I was happy about is that we got all kinds of questions from the cabinet and from district leadership. So questions are important to us.
Well, thank you so much. This is the kind of stuff that excite me. Just a quick question, though. Will board members be invited to the focus groups that you all are going to be doing in early October and maybe in January?
I'm going to go to point to him.
Yeah,
because I don't want to invite people
I think it's just good
to
for
someone else's party.
for us to be able to hear what's happening.
They will, and you were talking about President Williams' October 1 through 3 sessions. Absolutely, and actually we'll be sending out an email blast to our entire community, staff, families, et al., likely tomorrow, and board members are very much welcome to attend.
Great. Director Geiger.
Thank you very, very much. This is interesting. I've never been through a process like this. Dr. Peters, one thing you said to me struck me a couple times. You said 3 or 4 times you work with the best districts. What makes something a best district?
What makes something the best district? Man, that's a good question. I think performance is one thing that when I actually saw your performance levels here, because I truly believe that you are an amazing district. Your performance levels, culture is also huge. When we go inside of districts, you can see, especially schools, you can see the culture the second that you walk inside a school. Teamwork. You all have an amazing administrative staff. Just based on the teamwork that I've seen, the communication, how your team is able to really work together. Those are major pieces. The community work. We've done a little research on just the community work. You guys, your community work, you've got some great partnerships with the community. And I would even say one thing, just meeting Danielle, really consistency, longevity. Some of the best school districts across the country, they're people, they don't leave, they stay. They have their family, they feel a connection, they feel a fulfillment in their job. So to actually hear her say that, you know, I've been working with the district for 28 years, those are key principles that I see in what we would say high performing, and I'd say national leaders in education, definitely.
One thing, you talked about asking our people what in the past has contributed to our successes. I'm a trial lawyer. My first boss, after my first jury trial, looked at me and said, "You never learn anything from a jury trial, you win." I understand asking about past successes.
That's absolutely true.
My wife is an attorney.
Yeah. So is mine, actually. at what point do you also talk about what did we do in the past that what are our failures? What are our errors? I understand you're here to tell us generally what you do, but if we don't talk about mistakes, we don't make improvement.
Definitely.
Yeah, and by the way, the vast amount of research is that our kids don't fail enough in our current system. And there's a great video that's been put together by Google and Stanford School of Ed and a few others, and I can send it over, but it's a very quick but they're basically saying like, these people that never get anything less than an A, when they work in the world that I've just talked about, the VUCA world, they get incredibly frustrated quickly and they can't break through. They don't have the grit, they don't have the sense of progress that they need to make. They believe if they don't get it right, it's not their fault, it's someone else's. That's the fundamental attribution error.
Definitely.
And we see that all the time. So one of the things is that we need to start to think more about, as we develop the future of education, we need to figure out, how do we get our kids to really become learners on their own? Because what happens often is that we educate children, and when they don't have a teacher in front of them, the question is, how are they going to learn? Some people will say, I need a teacher. No, you don't. We need to create learners. And that's one of the biggest pieces.
And what you're talking about in part is resilience.
Definitely.
Well, resilience is clearly
Exactly.
the big item.
Exactly.
I understand.
In a growth mindset.
In a growth mindset. I've worked with individuals. How do you build a resilient organization?
Sure.
What can you do to help us lead? Obviously COVID, we got through COVID because there were resilient, the organization could survive that kind of massive shock, not perfectly, but we survived it and we got through it. What can we do? And you don't have to tell me now, but I'd be very interested to hear from you how we build even better resilience within an organization.
Definitely.
And what's the analysis process to get us there?
Definitely. Thanks for bringing that up, because we're working with a district in Phoenix on just that, resilience. How do, there's the evolving, the changing process. There's 5 factors of resilience that we really work with. The first factor is connection. We look at, within an organization, what are the levels of connection? The connection between students and teachers. What are the connections between students and parents? What are the connections between teachers and administration? What are the connections between campus and executive leadership? What is the connection between the board and executive leadership, right? So we begin to examine, the first factor is connection. The second factor is belonging, because you've got to be able to connect, and then the second phase of resilience is belonging. How we actually distribute surveys to say, do you feel like you belong in this organization? Because a lot of times you can connect, but you don't feel like you belong. And do all children, all staff members belong in the organization? The second piece is what we call achievement, where we look at the data. How are we doing in the actual classroom? Achievement from a motivational standpoint, how are we motivating our students? And then achievement as far as performance is concerned. The next piece is autonomy. How are students able to be co-authors of their own learning experience in teaching the foundations, but the student piece, also autonomy, parents. What are the levels of autonomy within that organization? And then the last factor that we really focus on is fulfillment. Usually organizations that are the highest performing organizations, individuals are fulfilled in their job. Teachers, they've been there for 30 years. They've taught second grade, they're fulfilled. They've taught uncles, they've taught parents, and now they're teaching sometimes grandchildren because they feel a level of fulfillment. Board members have been board members for years because it's a level of fulfillment. So as we work with districts, those factors of resilience are connection, belonging, achievement, autonomy, and fulfillment. Definitely.
Let me just add one thing on that, because the other small piece to that is that when you're talking about a resilient organization, one of the things about that is that the organization inside, people have a voice, and they can generate new ideas.
Definitely.
And one of the things that, I'm working with a bunch of districts, and one on Long Island where they have their own Shark Tank in their building. They have a couple of students, not sharks, but
I understand the
like a
concept.
TV show. I mean, just wanted to be clear. But what they have is they have a couple of board members, they got a couple of teachers, some students, a couple of businessmen, and they become the Shark Tank. And when educators and students have ideas to pitch, let's think differently about this school. They pitch it, all right? They pitch their idea, and they get a chance to launch things. They have a protocol and a process. And so when you start to do that, you start to create people that, when you talk about being entrepreneurial and all of that, they fail more than they win.
Right.
So how do you get to build the endurance and the resilience and the idea of thinking differently about how things get done? And so I just see that as becoming something kind of important. Is we need to have it. I sometimes make this is a overstatement, so I don't want anybody that but most schools I walk into remind me of the Registry of Motor Vehicles. Because they're very, when I say that is they're not at fault. It's like English is there, math is there, this is where you go if you're late, and it's just, there's a place for everything. And it's not as disruptive as when you walk into a startup where they're playing around and they're trying to figure it out. And their rules, they bend and it's like very strict. And we need to be a little more flexible, a little more pliable. In a VUCA world, we should be more flexible. And I see teachers coming up with teachers have amazing ideas. We just got to get them to launch it. This is a really good question, by the way.
Very fascinated by the process. Thank you.
Oh, thanks.
Director Meek?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. My questions are around the process a little bit. So if we could look at the project timeline.
Sure.
That would be helpful. It sounds like you will start with community focus groups or engagements in October. And will those be open to anyone that wants to attend? Is that the idea?
I've been asked to use a microphone, if I may. Yes, to answer your question. And again, the email blast will go far and wide. So we'd love as many people as want to, who have an interest in the district, to attend.
So the goal being families, students, so for example, I'm the liaison to our student advisory group. Should I be promoting this to the student advisory group? And before you answer that, I think this links into the next phase, which is the face-to-face meetings with diverse audiences. So if you could explain what that looks like, that might help me understand how best everyone should be plugging in.
So let me give you the quick version of that, which is this time here where Bill's coming in, the people will go and listen, and this is more about like why is the district doing it? And there'll be people that will share ideas and say things. When we cross the line and get into the next part of the year, we're going to be looking for specific groups. We'll look for groups of students, faculty, groups of teachers. Maybe the school might have a parent organization, business leaders, having meetings with business groups. So if we're here for a day, we want to fill the day with groups that we set up to have conversations, and we get information from them. And part of that is also we'll have a future focus survey that's going out, and we've done that before, and it gathers lots of information, and we'll slowly start up here and get down to the point of having some smaller groups, because you've got to make it. This has got to be, from the board's perspective and from the leadership's perspective, it's got to be really clear and really simple. Like, where are we going? What's it look like? We need to have that, but we want to make sure that everybody has a chance to put some of their energy into it. And so that will happen. We'll see a lot more of that in the January, February, March period of time.
And it'll also be customized. We want to make sure that we work with the board.
We will work with the principals, boards,
to actually
leadership.
to compose those groups, because we want the stakeholders that you feel are needed within those small focus groups.
Yeah, that's really helpful. So really, October is just talking about the process.
Definitely.
And
And-
building awareness for the community.
Right.
And really, the focus groups are happening later.
Yes.
Given a district our size, how many focus groups would you typically want to have? And, what are those stakeholder groups?
Yep.
I know I heard you say you'll work with us, but
Yep.
you're the
We-
experts in strategic planning, so I'm just
Well,
curious.
from the planning side, we want to have as many diverse groups as we possibly can.
Exactly.
And I think at one time, going back into the development of this, I think there's at least 10 days, which would mean that there'd be like maybe 30 different kinds of meetings that are going on
Definitely.
across the district. And then that data all gets, put together. And then in the end, it's coming back here,
Exactly.
into the district and with the board to say, okay, this makes sense or this doesn't make sense. And
That's perfect.
yeah.
So this is helping me.
Yeah.
Um,
It's helping me too.
Okay. The end product, so I'm guessing this isn't the full timeline because it ends with the
No, it's
white
not.
paper,
No, it's not.
right?
No, no, no.
So
It goes
we'll-
over there. This is
Okay.
as much as we've got.
Okay,
We don't know where it's going to end. We know we know what we want. We've shared with the district some work that we've done in some other districts that,
Exactly.
to make,
Plan.
here's a plan on what this one looks like and what that one looks like. One of the things that we know is it can't be bigger than a bread box and it can't be a giant. It's got to be pretty simple and pretty clear. And oftentimes I talk about it as the North Star or as a compass. Like pick 5 things, those are the 5 points on the compass that's going to get us to where we need to be as a district. But if you get it, I've seen more strategic plans that are, giant 3-ring binders and things that they take them, they put them on a shelf, and then 5 to 10 years later, they go back to get it, and they bring it back, and they revise it again.
Mm-hmm.
It needs to be a piece of work. It needs to be you can put it up on this wall, and people can look at it and say, those are the 5 things, or those are the 4 things that this district is really moving forward. I really feel that you've all done some pretty significant work in advance, because when I look at the ends that have been created and the pieces, there's a lot that fit so clearly, and I'm interested in that and how we want to look at it. We're just beginning to start to get into that point, but.
And at the Future Focus Success Conference, I know the Douglas County team was participated in a district presentation.
From Parkway.
In Parkway, and they really liked the plan that was developed in Parkway.
What it looked like.
What it actually looked like. So what we can do is actually send you possible copies of that plan to take a look at that plan, to begin to kind of, frame what the plan can possibly look like for your district. Definitely.
that would be great. So, and it's great segue. I have heard from many districts, when they talk about strategic plans, we don't want something that goes on a shelf,
Right.
right?
Exactly.
So where I see districts really struggle a lot of times, it's the implementation piece where
Definitely.
there's metrics and say a dashboard. Is that something that we're also looking to develop as part of this project?
That'll be a
And-
partnership, yes, with the district to do that.
And the Parkway plan that we actually send you actually has those metrics within the plan that you can take a look at the development of those metrics. And then as we go through the process, we can ensure that that's customized to the Douglas County way.
And what do you envision as like the end point being? Like the strategic plan will be ready by when?
I'd say, I'm going to turn around over here because they're going to help drive this.
So we've talked about having that document, that 1-pager ready and a full-blown presentation attached to it, give or take April or so.
Yeah.
But we've also left open with SPN additional work that we may or may not need moving forward beyond that. So I hope that helps.
And when we send the Parkway model, we'll also send a model that came out of a district in New York on Long Island called Baldwin.
Baldwin County.
And it's, when I spent a lot of time working on it, it's 1 sheet of paper.
Exactly.
It's 1 piece of paper, and it lists out what they're doing. Yep.
Director Thompson?
Thank you. Since we're on this slide, when we're talking about stakeholders, I know you mentioned a few, students, faculty, business leaders. Are we including colleges and universities?
Could, definitely.
Yes.
And then everybody already asked questions on the forums, because that was immediately one of my questions, is when are we announcing those and how that is going to look? For me, what I think our vision should be as a district is that our job is to open doors for our students, right? They graduate and we have open doors for them. And I think that that's just something really important that we should ground ourselves in. And I just bring that up because I did get really caught up in slide 8. Because it talked about the limitations of a college education is really how I interpreted that slide.
Yeah, you're looking at the original deck that we sent, and
No. It was,
Isn't it?
I think it was, is it the gap between education and the
Yeah.
workplace? Definitely.
we're seeing that, and it's one of those points in the future that, like, what I can tell you is that we're doing work in North Carolina. North Carolina launched a project in its state called, so it was after the Wright brothers. It was Kitty Hawk Project, thank you. The Kitty Hawk Project. And what that is about is that the workforce in the state needs to be re-educated. That's the people in the workforce, and they need to do it at a very low cost and a reasonable cost, and they're trying to figure that out. Then they're turning to the community colleges and saying, we've got to figure out how we get them. Then they look at the schools and they say that a lot of companies in the country now are saying they need people with a skill, and they don't need the degree. And there's a list of those that gets longer and longer as the weeks go by. And as a former dean of a very large university, this has been going on for a while. Where the universities and colleges are starting to say, like at SNHU, we had a bachelor's in business, and you can get that in 2.5 years because they shrunk it all down, and because they need to get them in the workforce. And so this is one of those outside things that's happening that's affecting our schools.
Yeah, I do wonder the relationship with those types of jobs and what the pay looks like. The thing that I think I'm concerned about with this is that we're not discouraging, right, our pathways to prep our students for college. Because when we're thinking about what makes a successful student at the college level has a lot to do with what they did while they were in high school, right? And how they prepped for it. When we talk about selecting a degree and graduating and getting a job, that starts at high school, understanding how to identify a career pathway, how to be an independent learner, how to advocate for themselves, how to do that on their own. So, it's all building, it's a snowball effect. So as long as we're recognizing that, because it was a little bit of cherry picking of the data there, and I was like, I just didn't feel comfortable with that particular slide. So I'm just gonna point it out because it's bothering me.
And your use of the term pathways is what we're experiencing, and I think we see it. I saw it over at the building I was at last week, where there are people that want to be doctors, there are people that want to be this, but they're all in a pathway that leads to whether they're going to be a nurse's aide, whether they're going to be whatever, but they're in that pathway. That pathway has lots of steps in it, and we would never want to stop a step, but what we have to say is how do we line them up, where people, sometimes they'll go to get a 2-year degree, then get a 4-year degree, and then, get a doctorate degree, whatever. There's no end to that pathway.
President Williams, if I can comment on a couple different things. One, I think it's really important that we continue to recognize how our community will be involved and engaged in terms of not only this process, but all of the feedback related to those values that we have with our students, their pathways, et cetera. And I know that Assistant Superintendent Windsor is also very interested in making a comment related to this particular point.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Superintendent Director Thompson. Yeah, I think the conversation around pathway work certification, there's a really key preposition there is and we want to make sure students have the ability to earn industry certification, but be college and career readiness. And I think that idea for us is we absolutely want to make sure we are providing every student the door open to make sure they have the opportunity for 2-year, 4-year workforce, et cetera. How do we make sure when we look at pathway-based work that we give them on-ramps and off-ramps to make sure they have every opportunity to expand career pathways? And so the and piece, I think, is exactly what you're talking about, is making sure that we 100% want to make sure our students, we have about 80% of our kids that are accessing 2- and 4-year schools in our system currently. And we want to make sure those students who are also heading off to 2- and 4-year schools have industry certifications that make them and give them a competitive advantage as they move forward. So as a system, in the sense of the alignment of what we have in place, really talks about the and ensuring they have that, because we are seeing our students access that as a pathway for us in Douglas County.
Great, thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you for the questions.
All right, and then moving into our policy governance section, item number 12 is proposed revisions to policy JKA, use of physical intervention and restraint, for our first reading. I think council, oh no, I thought I didn't, both of you. Sorry.
All right, thank you, President Williams. So I am going to get us started with just some overview on the updates to policy JKA. And then Council Klamesh, as well as Executive Director of Special Education Liza Meyer, are here to assist with questions that you may have. So this is a first reading of policy JKA, and you will see that obviously posted up on the screen. The last revision of this policy was in 2010. So this policy is definitely in need of being updated for a variety of reasons, which I'll go over in a minute. This policy first has been retitled to more concisely align with its intentions. The use of physical intervention is the title of this policy, and we have removed the language of corporal punishment. In summary, this policy JKA authorizes the administration of appropriate physical interventions with students, prohibits unlawful physical interventions, and ensures proper training and procedures are in place to promote the safety of individuals involved in these types of incidents. This policy reflects a comprehensive legal analysis that has been done to ensure that this updated revised policy is aligned with the requirements of Colorado state law, state statute, and then company regulations. Changes to the Colorado's Protection of Individuals from Restraints and Seclusion Act and other State Board of Education rules necessitated revisions to policy JKA, as well as the accompanying regulation JKAR, because these updates include substantial changes to key definitions and documentation requirements related to restraint and seclusion. The proposed revisions are extensive. So I will let you all know that staff does plan to bring forth an updated JKAR, the regulation that's associated with this policy, for Board of Education review at an upcoming meeting. Right now, you only see policy JKA and not the accompanying regulation. The accompanying regulation, when staff brings that forward, will include things like very specific definitions of terms, which is how the current regulation sits, as well as specific information on the basis of restraint in general requirements, notification requirements, reporting requirements, review process, as well as staff training requirements. So more specificity will live in the regulation as it stands, as it does right now, but updated to reflect these changes. So as we kind of walk through a little bit of what you see on the screen with JKA, the definition of parent has been updated in this policy. Parent is not a new definition in the law. However, due to the increased emphasis on parental notice in the revised state statute and regulations, JKA now makes clear who is entitled to receive such notices. That is why you see a more comprehensive outline of the definition of parent in this policy. If you can scroll down, the definition of emergency has been updated as well in this policy. That is very important language. The new definition of emergency, which establishes the condition precedent to administering restraint or seclusion, includes new language to clarify that property damage can only constitute an emergency when the destruction of property could possibly result in bodily harm to the individual or another person. So that definitional change is a critical adjustment to this policy. The definition as well of seclusion has been updated in this policy. It is now its own subsection within the policy. Colorado law had previously treated seclusion as a subcategory of restraint. The law now distinguishes seclusion as a concept independent of physical restraint, which is why you see that categorized accordingly. Seclusion is defined by state law and this policy as the placement of a student alone in a room from which egress is prevented. Seclusion does not include timeout as described in the State Board of Education rules in this policy's accompanying regulation. You will see under the category of seclusion a very specific statement around rooms within a school building will not be designated solely for the purposes of seclusion. That is a substantial change for us and reflected in policy. In the event, in an emergency situation, if seclusion were to be needed, it is important that the policy does outline that the space where the child is secluded must have adequate lighting, ventilation, and size, as that is what is outlined in the law. The basis for the uses of restraint is now a much fuller explanation of the prohibited types of restraint, which is not something that is new, but district employees are prohibited from restraining a student by the use of mechanical, chemical, and prone restraint, which is what you see reflected in the policy, and that is a consistent element of the policy. That is not as a substantial change. But it is important to highlight that district employees shall not use restraint or seclusion as a punitive form of discipline. Seclusion and restraint are only to be utilized in very specific circumstances where the emergency use definition applies. So seclusion and restraint is not for the purpose of any sort of timeout or discipline, as outlined in this policy, and the basis for that restraint information is also included in the policy. This policy also does include a section around reporting and filing a complaint, which is a substantial change and outlined in the law. So it gives the information around what needs to happen or the avenues that parents can utilize if there is a complaint that's associated with the use of restraint or seclusion. In terms of some next steps, and then I'm going to hand this over to Council Klemesh, the staff will bring forth to the Board of Education the regulation that is associated with policy JKA, which gives much more specific information in terms of process, procedures, and different definitions in each of these areas. Additionally, it is really important that we go through a comprehensive feedback process, as we always do when it comes to proposed revision to policy. This is just a first reading that is reflective of as I said previously, the statute and legal changes that have occurred that require us to update policy. The feedback process is another critical piece of information that will help to inform the Board of Education as well as staff of any other revisions that may occur moving forward with upcoming readings. Council Klamesh.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Hyatt. You have done a terrific job of presenting the revisions to this particular policy. I only have a couple of additions to add, and I wanted to point out, as Deputy Superintendent Hyatt pointed out, that seclusion and restraint are only used in extreme or emergency circumstances. It's not used for disciplinary reasons, and it's not used for timeout reasons. And that is made, I believe, pretty clear in this policy. I wanted to note also that if you look at I think it's the top of page 3, that there is an additional new proposed sentence in here which highlights that restraint and seclusion shall only be used after the failure of less restrictive options to try to address the behaviors that are either considered to be presenting as problematic or as presenting with an emergency of a safety concern to the student or to others, or a determination that those alternatives would not be appropriate to be or timely enough to respond to the specific set of circumstances. So it isn't necessarily going to be used as a first resort if there are less restrictive options that are available that may be effective in addressing the behavior of concern. So I wanted to point that out. Additionally, I want to point out from a complaint perspective that the policy, we tried to highlight, and this is at the very end of the policy, that parents have an opportunity to file a complaint regarding the use of restraint or seclusion. This is consistent with state law. They can obviously, if their child is a student with a disability with an IEP subject to the requirements under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, there are also vehicles for complaining about the implementation of any related aspects of a student's program in that regard as well. But we thought it was important to point out the avenue for filing a complaint specific to a complaint regarding seclusion or restraint and the procedures available under Colorado law in that regard. Other than that, I have nothing to add to the presentation this evening.
Thank you. Questions? Director Thompson.
Thank you. I appreciate you trying to proactively answer so many questions that you knew we were going to ask. So thank you for that, especially like talking about the review process. Just, anyways, I hope I caught them all, but I do appreciate it, and I just wanted to recognize that because I feel heard. So I was wondering if we could just kind of go through the policy a little bit and just talk about some of the elements of it. Is that okay with everybody? Okay. So I'm happy to start. The first thing I wanted to bring up, so in the policy, JIH policy that we just passed at the last board meeting, we included language about students that are on a plan. And I think that might be helpful language for this policy as well. So, should any student with a disability be subject to physical intervention, any accommodations or safeguards outlined in their IEP, behavior plan, et cetera, shall be provided when implementing a physical intervention. So something along those lines. I think that would be really helpful. I found that language extremely helpful in JIH. The other thing is in the very first section for physical intervention, the last paragraph, under no circumstances shall student be physically held for 1 minute or longer unless the provisions regarding restraint and seclusion contained in the policy. And my recommendation just for that language is that we say, unless it meets the criteria of an emergency situation as outlined in this policy, and then any restraint exceeding 1 minute must adhere to the legal definitions and the rest of that phrase. And the reason I bring that up is we don't talk about what an emergency is until later in the document, and I just feel like that's a good place to put that an emergency situation to kind of build that context of the policy. Did that make sense where I was stating? Okay. The other thing I noticed that we don't have in here is any wording talking about how a restraint must be immediately terminated as soon as that emergency or that risk has been resolved. I'm trying not to get, I did have, my notes are a little bit out of order, so I'm trying not to get ahead of myself. Well, let's look at here real quick. I wrote notes all over the policy and then I left it at home, so I have to check my phone in a photo. Let's go to the part where we talk about notification. So there's the internal notification, and I heard what you stated, that it's going to be explicit in the regulation. I do wonder, though, if we say, just because it's required in the Colorado regulations, it's listed as parent shall receive notice within 1 day, that it might be helpful to have here, and that 1 day comment, and then also within the policies accompanying regulation, because depending on the length of the restraint, right, the reporting requirements to the parent changes. So I think within 1 day's notice is really helpful to have here, but then, and also in accordance with what's stated more explicitly in the regulation, I think would be helpful. And then the last little bit, I also understand that regulation will talk about how we collect information regarding the use of seclusion and restraint. So, well, first off is, are we going to be updating JKAE?
Yes, we do plan to update JKE as well.
Okay, and then I do wonder, so I recognize that, but sometimes, I think for me, like my hang up sometimes is just like what data we do collect. And so the regulations kind of goes out of our purview. So I don't know if there's something that we want to be including in this policy to make sure that we are collecting data on very specific things, or if we're able to just have a conversation with the regulation just to make sure that those data points are captured. So for example, it was in our previous policy that staff should be trained in the use of seclusion and restraint. I would like to see data or accountability that that's what happens, that the staff that are, okay, if that makes sense.
So just if I could comment on that particular point. So currently, the way it stands is JKAR, the regulation that's associated with this policy, is also a board file regulation.
It is a board file one?
It is.
Okay, that makes me feel a little bit
As
at
well
ease
as
with
JKAE, unless, of course, the board makes a determination to delegate that to the superintendent, but as it stands right now, which is why staff will bring forth the regulation specifically in this regard to the Board of Education.
Thank you. Then that resolves this section until that time comes. All right.
Director Geiger.
First of all, thank you. This has become a hot button topic both in this state and across, and being proactive and working on it, I think, is absolutely vital. Council Klemesh, I understand that this is primarily intended to adopt and reflect state statute and state regulations as they have changed. Am I correct about that?
Correct.
I am also aware, however, that the U.S. Department of Justice Civil Rights Division has been wandering this country, getting agreements with other school districts about restraint and seclusion. Do you believe that if we enact a policy that is substantially in compliance with Colorado law, that will provide us with any kind of safe harbor as to investigation or action by the Department of Justice?
Well, I certainly can't provide legal advice to this Board of Education. I can't provide legal advice, and I won't provide legal advice to this Board of Education in a public session. But I will say that with respect to any policy, there always is a careful legal review. And even though we had identified that this particular revisions to this policy are consistent with Colorado law, we certainly look towards compliance with federal law as well when we do the analysis and review when proposed revisions are made. And I think that will be the extent of my response this evening to your question.
And I don't expect anything further. One reason I bring that up is I've had an opportunity to look at the settlement agreements the Department of Justice is engaged in other districts, Spokane, Wichita, where Title II investigations referred to use of seclusion in a discriminatory way. Would it be helpful to at least consider putting in our policy, as suggested by Director Thompson, that we should be aware of or be sure that we are not implementing this in a way that is potentially discriminatory? Is that, obviously we don't ever want to do that, but is that a value statement that might be of value in this policy?
My response to that is that I can assure you that our administration advises our staff to engage in implementing their policies and procedures in a non-discriminatory way in all instances. And our training of staff in that regard is consistent with engaging in practices and implementation of policies in a non-discriminatory manner.
And I firmly believe that that is a goal. I just wondered if it might be valuable to put that value statement in a policy.
Excuse me, I haven't evaluated that. I think that sometimes verbiage with respect to intention is certainly clearly something that might be very self-serving for a particular organization. I think that the policy in and of itself, all of our policies are written in a way because of our policy AC, which is written in many other policies with respect to Title II, that asks this district as an organization and all of the individuals who implement its policies and procedures to engage in practices that are non-discriminatory in all respects.
Then perhaps just a reference to AC.
That may be in order with respect to many of our policies, quite frankly.
I know that the DOJ's out there hunting.
Okay, thank you. We will move on then to our next, I'm sorry, Director Thompson had one more thing.
Sorry, I missed two questions that I had. So for under exceptions, we have the policy, transportation is one of our listed exceptions. Do we have a policy for the use of seclusion restraint with transportation? If you don't know, it's like where it would be referenced, but I would just like to see how we determine the use of seclusion restraint. I just be in reference to that policy because it's accepted here.
Per my recollection, but if you could give me time to follow
Yeah,
up, I
I don't-
believe that is an element that is included in the regulation specifically.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question that I had, or just consideration I wanted to make, was the use of consecutive restraints. So we have 1 minute is the new threshold. So if we have consecutive restraints back to back, like what our considerations might be for reporting on those would be, I think, helpful. Well, I'll reserve my why on that one, but just from personal experience working in the field, that is a consideration that I have concerns about. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for sharing that.
Okay. Now moving on to item number 13, proposed revisions to IKF graduation requirements.
All righty, good evening. It's good to see you, Board of Directors. Really, this is an opportunity for us to introduce some potentially suggested revisions to policy IKF. This policy is being updated to reflect the enactment of recent state laws as related to graduation attire. House Bill 1323 concerning the manner of dress during school graduation ceremonies, which was effective July 2024, provides that schools must allow graduates to wear items associated with religion, culture during graduation ceremonies. Policy has been revised as to reflect that students may wear recognized objects of culture religious significance, subject to the definitions and limitations. Those provisions, the provision that was drafted is consistent with House Bill 24-1323. The definitions specifically around adornment and culture have been directly taken from the language from the statute as well. The other portion of the new proposed section regarding graduation attire reflects the recent statutory changes or enactments during and addressing qualifying students' ability to wear tribal regalia during graduation ceremonies. We also have another layer to this, which is specifically around reflecting changes to recent state laws, ensuring that students in the criminal justice system have the equal opportunity to graduate with a diploma from the district. A lot of the language that we pulled specifically came straight from the House bills. And so we really wanted to make sure we were consistent with our policy to the changes that happened to the House bill. And so as you look specifically through this policy, a lot of this you'll find is in pages, page 304 in particular. There are a few other adjustments within that were taken from other House bills. So none of this is really our interpretation of it. It is really taking the House bill and making sure our policy is consistent with the House bill as well.
So first, thank you so much for saying what drove the district to provide these changes to us, because I was wondering.
Yep.
But my questions, I guess, are more about, it says that we can't have things that completely cover, but it does say that they can do the hat. Are we putting, or the cap, are we putting restrictions around, like, can it just be a pin, or can they literally, like, have things sticking out everywhere? I mean, I'm just trying to envision what this could look like. Do they have 30,000, pins all over their gown? I kind of enjoy the ceremonial part of graduation, and just want to make sure we're.
Yeah, well, and I think there's the policy, and then there's our practice of navigating this. And I think that's why we have our director of athletics and activities, Derek Cheney, who's overseeing our graduations for 13 years as a district, to really say, what does that look like? Really what our hope is it gives some language specifically in the statute, just gently, in the sense that it complements the attire in the sense versus completely where you can't see the attire. And so what that looks like in practice is something that we'll spend. I know, Council Kamesh, is there anything you want to add to that at all?
Yeah, I think there will be discretion left to the administration to provide guidance, although there is this deference now protected by the statutory requirements, which allows for students to participate in graduation ceremonies wearing specific adornments, which are now defined by state law, as well as cultural pieces. Additionally, there is recognition of the fact that if you're a qualifying student, you may also wear tribal regalia to graduations. And so certainly we wanted in our policies to protect those rights of students. Certainly, if there is graduation attire that presents or is likely to cause substantial disruption to graduation ceremonies or have a material interference with the graduation ceremonies, those will be discretionary kinds of decisions that may be left to our administration at that juncture. But we certainly wanted to, at this juncture, soon after the more recent legislation this summer became effective, to revise our policy and to get that going so that our leadership would have an opportunity to implement accordingly in time for this upcoming graduation ceremonies.
Okay, so you could have a principle that says pins should be less than 2 inches so that we're not.
So what we'll do is we have a graduation group that pulls together with typically our activities director as well as with our principals, a group that will collaborate. So all of our schools will have consistency in the sense of what that does look like. This is something with policy. We'll actually bring this back to the group and actually have some dialogue around what does this look like in practice in particular. And so we wanted to make sure first, we didn't want to get in front of the Board of Education around this first, but we did know that we needed to make sure we were in compliance with the House bill. And then we'll sit down with folks who would do this on a daily basis to make sure that we can provide some guidance, but make sure we're also not violating law in particular around this as well. It does have some language, as you can see, in adornment to give some language, but it still is pretty loose in the sense what that interpretation looks like in practice.
Okay, great, thank you. Director Geiger?
There was another change. There was another change that I has had a question. You deleted number 6, to
Yeah.
graduate, need to return all school district property.
Yeah.
Clear all outstanding debts. A relative of mine was denied his master's degree because he didn't pay a library fine. Why are we changing that?
Yeah. Well, I think it's been something we've had this conversation in practice for a while, and I know Deputy Superintendent Hyatt will be probably smiling with me in some of the conversations, but what I will say is the one thing we have to be very careful of is what we don't want to do is a student who's unable to afford this doesn't take away this opportunity for them. We have other means to navigate dealing with fines, and I think it's really important for us to make sure that we allow students to try to take care of this, but also along the way, make sure the necessary steps we could take. We don't want to go from 0 to 100 in the sense of our reaction is how are we progressively making sure we address this, but not take away something like a ceremony. Sometimes when it's not even a kid issue, it can be an adult issue. And what you don't want to do is punish kids for adult decisions.
President Williams, I know that Learning Services Officer, Matt Reynolds, would like to make a comment related to this.
Sure.
Great question. This is actually in alignment with other policy that we do have, which is JQR, which addresses student fines and fees associated with what happens when a student does not pay a fee. That is outlined in that other policy at JQR. So this aligns with that. So it's redundant language because we have student fees addressed in another section of policy.
I personally think it's a good decision. I think we'll deal with it other ways than keeping a kid from walking the stage. My only comment was, and it's no big deal, this is not a graduation requirement, it's a commencement issue. To me, we would put the graduation stuff in a separate policy and still have a graduation requirement. These are what it takes to graduate, this is how we handle commencement. Seem to me like different issues. That's more work for you, it's just a note that I'm making. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, within the R side of things, it actually calls out those things specifically if you actually look at the R side of it, yeah.
Director Thompson.
Thank you. I like the updates so far. I really appreciate the context too that was provided with the last policy update, and then again reiterated that first we're looking at the legal changes that we need to make, then we go through the feedback process. I just think it's really helpful to say it out loud, and saying it out loud both times I think was helpful. The question that I have, I don't know if this policy is waivable, and I know I'm thinking about this, one, because I'm seeing Gordon, and two, because it was brought up by Director Moore.
Non-automatic.
I'm sorry.
Non-automatic. A non-automatic waiver.
Okay, but they could waive it. So the question that I have is when we're updating policy to match new laws, et cetera, do we provide supports or information to our charter schools to make sure they're in alignment if we've already waived a policy? Like, what does that look like?
Yeah, I mean, a part of the waiver process in particular is to have a rationale and replacement plan, and one thing we would not allow that to ever happen would be in violation of the House bill and law in particular. But it is something we provide that regular information. This is actually being shared with our charter schools to make sure they are aware as well too.
Okay, so if it's already been waived, we have a, that's fantastic. Because, you know, I know that, I'm like, I know this one can be waived because I've seen, I've gone to some of the graduations.
Yes, it looks different, yeah.
And then I think also it's nice to know is that, and just in regards to your comment, Director Williams, about just the attire and the dress, one thing I thought was really awesome was Ponderosa, they even put out a table of ties to help support students to have the nicest dress. So even if they're wearing a t-shirt, they have a tie. And it really, I think, elevates the look and it's nice for photos. And so I just wanted to point out that that's a really nice practice that they have at the school level. And that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good.
All right,
Thank you.
fantastic. Thank you so much, appreciate it.
And now we will move on to item 14, which is proposed revisions to policy LBDR 1, Douglas County School District Charter Manual.
Good evening. Thanks for
Hi.
having me. It's nice. I have a screenshot of LBDR 3E, the list that has the categories on my phone now. So as I'm listening, I can kind of be prompted to think ahead of what does that one fall into, which bucket. So with LBDR 1, I'll start off by saying this is non-waivable because this is the manual that dictates the work that we do with the charters. It would be kind of silly for us to allow them to waive out of our process. So Want to go just a quick overview of this. You know, there's numerous punctuation, capitalization, things like that I'm sure you've seen as you're going through there. Those I'm not going to highlight. The red lines that you have available for you. We wanted to make sure that our processes are clearly identified. We have not changed anything that we're doing from the last cycle of charter application reviews or charter renewals or expansions or replication requests. We haven't changed anything. We've just really clarified the language of how we do things in this policy. So we've really worked hard. I want to thank my team and Council Klemesh and Assistant Superintendent Windsor and Executive Director McMenemy. We've put a lot of time into talking to stakeholders, talking with charter leaders to go through this and see, does this really align with what we do? Taking into effect all of those different stakeholders that are there. We also had a couple of places we need to make sure we revised so it's consistent with state statute. We have referenced those in there, and you can see where it now says, you know, for example, instead of it saying to the extent possible or to the maximum allowable limits, we've said in alignment with CRS, and then given those provisions underneath. So those things are some of the ones I wanted to highlight. Also that we had updates that were, you know, that we had reviewed by the State Board of Education last year, and that came out in a favorable situation. The State Board was very favorable to our process, and we wanted to make sure we captured that good feedback and process in this policy. So I don't know how you'd like to proceed in terms of going through or your discussion, but I'm here for any questions you might have.
So just to be clear, we're not changing any of our current practices. This is just to kind of lay it out, spell it out a little bit better.
Correct.
Okay. Director Meek.
Thank you very much. This is helpful. I'm just curious, have you had an opportunity to meet with the charters around the red line edits in here already, or are they just now seeing this?
Very superficially, and this is the first reading, giving it to you. Next
Okay.
step, we'll be bringing it to them.
Okay.
Director Moore.
Hopefully, this is a simple question, and I don't intend to make it nefarious, but in section 3, number 5, where we talk about revocation and renewal decision-making, there's subsections.
It'd be page 4.
4. Sorry, President Williams. I had it, way had it scrolled on here. I couldn't even tell what page I was on. Subsections A, B, C, and D, and it would appear that those come directly out of CRS 22.
Yes.
Or 22 through 30.5-110 subsection 3.
Correct.
The standard that's used to determine whether or not a charter school were to violate any provision of law, what base, I mean, how is that based? Is that, because there's different types of law, obviously, there's, you know, criminal law and administrative law and civil law. I just want to make sure that when we deny an application, it's based on something substantive, not just, you know, some sort of significant evaluation has been done to determine whether it really is a violation or it's just a subjective assumption.
And just one clarification, this one's talking about an existing charter whose contract is being revoked. So this is an existing charter as they would do something that would move to this provision to allow us to revoke their charter, not a new application that we'd be looking at in this instance for waivers or things like that, but I can let, yeah.
Yeah, it's a great question. We actually outline a lot of that information actually in each individual charter contract. It actually spells out in a number of areas within the charter contract. There's the policy that we have in particular and some of the procedures. The contract really allows us to define whether it be around safe schools side of things or whether maybe it's financial component, they need technical assistance. We actually have means for us to interject as a system, but the contract actually really allows us to define specifically what that violation looks like and potentially what the appropriate next steps would be. In the charters, it actually spells out potentially different remedies that that us as an authorizer could take and work with our charter schools, which could be a variety of different realms that we could navigate.
I would just encourage you all to look at the charter contracts because it actually very specifically identifies in there the means by which to resolve disputes regarding allegations in any of those respects and how the district brings notice to the charter schools and how you work through various processes to try to remedy any alleged violations that may be brought to a charter school.
So when are we looking to, are you looking for the board to approve this? Because to Director Meek's point, I just want to make sure that the charters have an opportunity to look at it
Yeah,
first, so.
yeah, definitely. This is first read feedback. We just had our first district leadership team meeting, and it was discussed at that meeting, but not in entirety. I wanted to get feedback from this before I could give it.
So you're not looking at the end of this month, like we have time?
No, we have time.
Great. Thank you. All right. Now, I'm sorry. Sorry. Oh, she's just waving. All right. Now moving on to item 15, proposed revisions to policy JCA JFB, assignment of students to schools, school choice, and open enrollment for our first reading. Welcome back.
And so this one's much less, and it's really just one line and one statement. If you come down to the next page, under transportation, so we understand the intent of this and we understand why it was there. It's just that, it speaks to open enrolled students. That would include charter school students. And it's caused some confusion in the community around, oh, well, if there's space on a bus, then I can bring my child in and I can get a bus as well, correct? And everything else we do in all of our open enrollment processes, everything we have in publication says, any parent who chooses to open enroll their child to a school other than your address assigned is waiving the right to transportation. And so that's been our clear messaging, and it's just been brought to attention that in policy it says on a space available basis. It really feels better to say we're not doing that as a practice. We don't have that capacity any longer.
Yeah, I appreciate that because my kids attend charter, and when they first started, 10, 11 years ago, there was a bus stop for them to catch, so this was probably more relevant then and not so much now, so I appreciate it. Anybody else? Thank you.
Perfect.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, on to item number 16, the Community Connections Plan. Thank you, Director Meek, for getting this all updated. There's a couple things I wanted to talk about before we completely dive in. The first thing is I've been talking with Director Roush about the plan and getting us set up for some certain groups. And one of the groups that we were committed to talking to was parents that have young kids not yet in the district, so looking at the preschool age. And one of the things that Director Meek and I were talking about was potentially going to libraries and story time, because that's a really great place to catch parents with those young kids. So we are working with, it's Diane Smith? Yes, okay, great. And she's kind of the liaison to all the universal pre-K, so both in district and private preschools. And so she can reach out and send any of the times that we are available to talk at any of the libraries. So story times, as I've been told, are literally almost every day of the week between all 7 libraries through the entire county. So I guess the question is, for the board, how often do we want to hold these little sessions? And do we want to do it once a month? Do we want to do it bi-monthly? And then we would just send a sign up, and we would probably have 2 directors at each one. That way we don't have to notice everything. It's just a little bit easier to sign up and do. So any thoughts?
It seemed to me like once a semester. Particularly, I think we want to emphasize, this is a recruiting commitment, essentially. And when you're doing recruitment, you do it in the spring before they start thinking about schools. So it would seem to me like reasonably at least something along the lines of February, March, it would be the kind of thing. I don't know that we need to be there, certainly not every month or even bi-monthly, but having a couple in the spring makes sense to me so that we can provide, particularly those who are about to look at kindergarten, information about our schools.
Okay. Director Meek?
Yeah, thank you for doing all that research. I think I was thinking, one in Highlands Ranch, one in Parker, one in Castle Rock, and, a couple of board members would, cover each of them. And, I think that might, depending on all the other engagements that we're looking at doing as well, it may become a little overwhelming if it's more than that.
So are we looking at spring? I mean, does that sound good to everyone, like February, March? And then we can just try to hit all 7 libraries one time
That makes sense.
to start? Okay. What? Director Myers?
Is there a possibility that we'll have some kind of pamphlet, talking piece, something that we will be able to just be out in the community when we're out? And
No, you have to go blindfolded. Yes, well, okay, Director Meek.
I think that's a great idea, that we have some talking points. And Director Thompson asked if we could read at the library, which I would love to do too. Are we coordinating with the libraries? Is that
I think that's the
underway?
plan, once we
Okay.
figured out when we
Perfect.
wanted to do that, but yes, I think
Okay.
that's the plan.
Thank you.
Great. And then the other idea was to also go to Windcrest. And we would do that similar to what we've done, all 7 of us or anyone who can participate, hopefully sometime in January, just because the next couple months in particular are going to be outreach and education around the bond. So really hitting all of our community connections for probably early next year. Does that sound good? Any questions? I think, too, we probably need to talk about questions, too. But go ahead, Director Meek.
I have visited Windcrest and V during election timeframes, and they're some of the most engaged voters. And I think there could be value in trying to visit October timeframe. They come in with their pamphlets, they have questions, they're very engaged, and I think it's a great opportunity to answer questions, especially since we have something on the ballot. It doesn't have to be all about the bond, but it might be helpful to answer questions that are out there. So I know we're busy, but I think it could be an opportunity as well.
In my experience at Windcrest is there's a lot of retired educators, both in-state and out-of-state. And so when they ask you questions, they ask you questions. It's an interesting group to visit.
Yes.
And I reaching out to that population makes a great deal of sense, and I agree sometime in October would be nice if we could set it up.
Okay, so I'll check in and send an email and see if we can try to get something worked out sooner, if they have availability. Yeah, Director Meek?
And I realize it's really challenging coordinating 7 schedules, so I think it's fine if it's even a subset of us. And maybe, I know V and Windcrest are the 2 that, facilities I'm most familiar with. There might be others, but maybe similar to the libraries. If there are other facilities, maybe we divide up to answer questions and visit.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Okay, so I'll work on that and then come back with an update. All right, anything else on that before we move on? Without objection, could we take a quick 5-minute break? Is that all right? Did you have something else, Director Meek? Go ahead.
So this is year 3 of a 3-year plan, so I just kind of want to congratulate us. We're starting year 3 of this ongoing engagement plan. And when I look at year 3, it's evolving, and it's meant to be an evolving document. We have alumni or recent graduates on here. And I know we already talked to the business groups and leaders, so I'm not really worried about that. But I am curious if we've thought about alumni or recent graduates, especially given the strategic planning process that's underway. It just feels like that would be a really great stakeholder group to solicit feedback. And so I wonder if maybe we try to squeeze them in as well this year.
I will do some research on that. Yeah. Okay, I can do that. All right, so now, without exception, let's take a quick 5-minute break or 6 minutes and come back at 8:20. The meeting of the board is back in session. Moving into item number 17. This is all the work that the board has been doing across our retreats, talking about our Board of Education handbook, our board superintendent linkage, our governance processes, and our executive limitations. So just to note a couple things before we completely dive in. One, I forgot to include the calendar for 1.5, so I will definitely make sure that that's included in the packet for when we vote on this. And then also, I want to say that I feel like I forgot to put the clean version of the handbook up, so it's just the redlined, and I apologize for that as well. So other than that, I am going to open it up to everyone else to let me know what changes we would like to see as a board, or if there was anything I may have missed, which certainly is a possibility. It was a lot. So yeah, let's just start with the handbook, just to. Yeah.
I just have it.
Director Weiniger.
I know the handbook includes our ends, so I'm assuming, because that wasn't called out, that those will get changed. But I'm assuming it will, once we vote on the ends. Is that just kind of implied?
Oh,
Yep.
yes.
Okay.
Yep, I will make sure to, nope, I need to write myself a note.
But otherwise, that was the only comment I had on the handbook.
Anyone else on the handbook? Director Meek.
I mean, I wonder, given the strategic plan work that's going to be underway, if we should think about maybe updating or changing the section that speaks to the 2019, in March 2019, the strategic planning process began.
Can you tell me what page that's on?
So it's page 3 of 14, at the bottom of page 3. It feels like that also would be dated. So even if we put something, the district is starting a new strategic planning process, in this current school year, stay tuned. I would remove the old,
Just remove all of it?
I would.
And then we can just, okay.
I agree.
Okay. Great idea. Anyone else? Okay, good. Let's go into the BSLs. I know these were on, I think, last month's, so I didn't hear any feedback, but I thought I would throw everything back in just in case. Good, awesome. We will then go into the governance processes. I will note that 1.9 is out, but it will be in with the rest of them when I get the packet completely put together. I just have them separate since Directors Thompson and Weiniger worked on it together separately. Anything there? Okay, good. Then on to the ends. I think these were pretty much solidified, but wanted to include them anyway. Okay, great. So, I'm sorry, Director Meek.
Yeah, all that I would add, just based on the conversation tonight with the strategic planning process, I do think it might be helpful to have a conversation with the consultants to make sure that they understand what has gone into the development of these, because they're going to be launching an engagement process, and it would be really helpful for them to understand how these were derived, so they can actually articulate that when they're talking to the community as well. The idea of a strategic planning a strategic plan is the implementation, like we design the vision and they're implementing. And I would just want to make sure it's all coordinated. And so I just raised that right now.
Thank you for that, Director Meek. It's very likely going to be the case that before the conversations with the stakeholders January through March into April take place, that our partners will be talking with the board a couple of times. And at that point, I'm confident that will be a conversation.
Yeah, thank you. I do think it'd be really helpful to meet with them before they start their engagement process so that it's understood, like, it's okay, I think, if different ideas emerge from the engagement opportunities, but I think the delivery of how they go about engaging the community, setting the stage so people understand what the current end statements look like.
Would you be open to maybe just like how you and Director Moore worked together in conversations outside of like an actual board meeting? Would you feel comfortable having a director or two maybe just do a phone call instead of an entire presentation?
So I think it really depends on how they want to engage the board. Sometimes in strategic planning processes, the consultants will meet with the board and do a focus group with the board. So if they're planning to meet with the board, then I would just suggest they do that focus group first so they have an opportunity. But I still think maybe a conversation ahead of time might be helpful too.
Director, President Williams, what I would like to be able to do is have this conversation with Superintendent Kane when she returns so that she can be responsive to what the conversation was as well as the request from the board.
Great. Good. All right. So I think we're good on ends. So we'll move into the executive limitations. I have a very great appreciation for our legal department and how much redlining actually takes. So I'll just open it up for feedback so that I can make any changes. Director Moore.
I just wanted to tell you, thank you for this process we went through to do this one in particular. A lot of group input was really valuable. I mean, I gained a lot out of it by participating in it and feel much more capable after working with all of you on it. But you sort of spearheaded the corralling of all the different changes. It was a lot, so I just want to tell you thanks.
Can I go? Okay. Second, and thank you, Director Williams, for putting all this together, because I know it took a lot of work, like you just said. So thank you for being the one to do that. And agreed, I feel like this process getting here was very collaborative. I mean, we went from a 26-page document to 17, maybe even less after we clean up some spacing or something, because I feel like page 4, maybe we can make that work up into page 3. But just little things like that. But I think this is something I feel like we as a board should be proud of, because I feel proud of it. But just a couple nitpicky things on, and it was my fault, it was for EL 10, so on page 14. Wait, is that right? I'm sorry, it's EL 9 on page 13. Number 3, it references one of our governance policies, and it should be 1.9, I believe, instead of 9. So there's just that. And then just on EL 5, on the clean version, I noticed that when it comes to number 2, it's on page 7. There's just spacing after
Yes.
the.
Oh, yeah, no, yes.
So that was just my little nitpicky stuff. Otherwise, I think it looked great.
Director Geiger.
I am not the nitpicker on the group, so I'll leave that alone. I do say to my fellow board members, I've never done a process like this. I've never worked in a big organization. I had no idea how this would work. And I was bluntly a bit skeptical about it. I was wrong. I think this not only provides a good direction for the district, I think it provides a good direction for when the 7 of us work as independent groups and then come together, some good stuff can come. And I appreciate the leadership of President Williams, Vice Director Meek, the contribution of everybody here with various areas of expertise. And again, I learned a lot and I appreciate it.
Director Meek.
Yeah, I just want to say this was a wonderful collaborative process. Actually, most organizations would spend about $10,000 on this product, and we did it as a team. Really, you would hire a consultant who would come in, and probably you'd spend about $10,000 on this work. So we rolled up our sleeves and we did the work, and I think, we're stronger for it. I think we have a better grasp of what our policies say and why they say what they say. And so I really am looking forward to moving forward with this newly adopted set.
Director Thompson.
So I think it's important that we all acknowledge the collaborative process because for sure it was. I know that I mentioned it when we gave the update on the retreat. It was a very enjoyable experience. I felt like we were all able to have conversations with each other, hear each other out, disagree in some places, and then come to consensus. It was just a really nice exercise for, I think, us as a board, and I feel very good about our final product. So thank you.
Okay. All right. So the last thing I will say is that the board calendar that is going to be attached to 1.5 did say that we were going to do BSLs this month, but I thought that it would be better to wait to approve everything before we are doing our self-monitoring reports on old policy. So I thought we could assign for October, I think the BSLs and also 1.0. So I'm not sure if we want to do that very quickly now. It would be for the October 8th meeting. So if one person is willing to take on the BSLs and another is willing to take on 1.0, that would be great. Anybody volunteering? I see everyone jumping up and down. Director Meek?
I think I did BSLs last time, right? Isn't that where we started? I'm happy to do it again.
Okay.
And I think I don't know if we want to do that or if it makes sense to rotate to different ones. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to do the same as I did last time or if we want to switch it up.
You like the idea of switching it up?
Yeah. Do you not?
Oh, I'm fine, yeah.
Sounds like you volunteer. Oh, I guess I'll do BSL.
Will you do 1.0 then? Okay, so Director Weiniger is going to take on the BSLs, and then Director Meek is going to do 1.0, and again, not due until the October 8th meeting. So anyway, well, thank you for the feedback. I agree it was a surprisingly enjoyable process. So anyway, I think, well, it was a learning process all around. Anyway, all right. So that is going to conclude item 17. So we will then move into the Board of Education reports. We've added an additional item for a reflection on bond education outreach. So this is just an opportunity for any of the board directors to talk about anything that they are doing, that they have upcoming or that they have done around the bond. And so I'll just kick it off and say that Saturday I thought was a great event for the kickoff party. And thank you to all cabinet members and board members that were able to make it. I thought it was really good, and in the meantime, I am having a lot of conversations with plenty of community members. So I'll open it up to anybody else who wants to talk about anything upcoming. Director Geiger?
Couple things, and I'll deal with this in my director updates. First of all, sadly, we had a real-life experience for why we need the bond today with the closing of Sierra. And I know both President Williams and I were able to talk to some members of the press for their story today about why this demonstrates our need to update those. I didn't want that kind of real-world example, but we got it. I agree, I thought Saturday went well. I've talked to some of the members of the board of the bond committee and talked about speaking to them. And it's interesting, I've been meeting with all of the principals of the elementary schools in my district. And I'll talk about some of the other conversations, but it's very clear they're all very informed about the bond, and we've talked about how they're reaching out to their people to do that. And I've also had to talk to some people about why some things are in the bond plan and why they're not. And I think that's a question that's going to come up as well as the coordination between growth and decline. You have to answer the question, why are building schools and closing schools? And I think we all need to have a very good answer on that to help walk people through the two processes. Because in the end, I think it's a good process, but that's a question I'm getting.
Director Thompson?
Yes, we talked about the bond kickoff, so I just wanted to acknowledge all of the volunteers that are supporting the effort. So thank you very much for your guys' dedication. We see a lot of the same volunteers that just have committed so much time and so many years to this district, and I feel very grateful for them. I know that that's a feeling that everyone here has. So again, thank you for that. I do think that maybe we could think with some of the new questions that are coming out regarding this this time with the bond, the FAQ section, I think we could maybe update a little bit. I actually went through that just recently and was looking at comments that were being raised by the community, because I'm reading what the community members are saying, and then do we have those answers listed on the website? And the website's got a lot of great information, but maybe we could revisit some of those FAQs and make sure that we don't have any gaps.
Director Meek?
I chuckled when I saw this item because I couldn't remember what it was about, and I was the one that asked for it, so. Yeah. Saturday was great. Again, our volunteers, the people that show up year after year after year to knock on doors, be advocates and champions for our schools and our communities. It's really inspiring and wonderful to see. Definitely, we heard having some fact sheets and questions or answers to some of those key questions. So it was a great event. The only other thing I would mention, I was able to visit Northridge Elementary's Accountability Committee the morning after the board voted to put 5A on, and I spoke to them for about an hour. Lots of questions, lots of engagement. Again, being able to direct people to the website, the transparency that we have is so helpful, being able to just pull up links and demonstrate to the community that everything is posted, everything is transparent. So it was a great conversation, and I would encourage board directors to go to SAC meetings and talk about, or actually just answer questions.
Director Weiniger?
The website you point them to, is it the campaign website, or is it the school district website on our growth and decline? Mostly wondering because if people want to visit our campaign website, it's investindcsd.com. So if you want to sign up to volunteer or donate, you can use that website. Was it the campaign website?
It was actually both. So it was more on the district website with the bond plan mostly. And using the slides from our presentations and being able to just kind of show people how to navigate and find info.
Anything else? No? Okey dokey. All right, moving on to president reports. Our next meeting of the Board of Education is September the 24th. Agenda planning for that meeting will be this Thursday, September 12th at 9 a.m. at Inverness, I do believe. Today, I just think I want to thank all of our volunteers in the district. I think sometimes, well, when I walk through schools, I see so much work that goes into our schools, and a lot of that is attributed to volunteers. And it could be parents or grandparents or community members, but just with fun runs that are happening right now, and also looking at, I don't know, just little things like the bulletin boards, and right now there's all sorts of fall leaves on all of them, soon to be pumpkins and everything else. So it's really neat to see how much engagement we have from our community, and just want to give a shout out and a big thank you to all of the volunteers in the district. So that's all I have. Director Meek, I think I'm going to start. I don't remember. Oh, sorry. Director Weiniger and then Director Meek. Sorry, thank you.
The only thing I attended was actually the Parker's Government Affairs Committee. Superintendent Kane presented on the capital needs that our school has, and in relation to why we were putting a bond on the ballot. And the committee only had a few time for questions, but most of it was around what are we doing to promote it? Because our schools are actually doing really well as far as academics go. How do you balance that with saying, hey, we need more money? So we focused on how, this is related to our building money, and, we need to invest in our building to continue that good academic excellence, as well as it's just a smart choice when it comes to our fiduciary duty to make sure how we're spending our money makes sense, and we don't want to be using operational funds to fix sewage backup at Sierra. We want to actually fix the sewage backup and get a new water system so that kids aren't missing school going forward, and we're not paying money to constantly address it. So that was a good conversation to have. And then just upcoming FOCs this Thursday, so excited to kick that off. It's the first one of the year. So I'll take notes for my first time and submit it this week on the board updates. And then I actually will be out of town for MBOC on Wednesday, September 25th. So if anyone is interested in filling my spot, let me know. I know Director Thompson will be there, but if, since anyone else wants to come, you're more than welcome to. Since I will be gone. And that's all I had.
Thank you. Okay, now Director Meek.
All right. I definitely wanted to congratulate the Teacher of the Year finalists from our district that we heard about earlier. That's really exciting when our educators are recognized statewide. And I have not had the pleasure of meeting Tara Johnson-Swartz, but she sounds amazing. And she's at the STEM School Highlands Ranch. What they really are promoting about her and what set her apart was the making of relationships with students. And I just think relationships, that's what makes everything work, whether it's teacher-student, with families, with community members, et cetera. So she sounds pretty amazing, and I'm fingers crossed that we will have the finalist named from our school district. Last week, Director Geiger, Thompson, and I were able to attend the Building the Dream Gala at Legacy Campus. It was the Douglas County Foundation of Schools event, 6th annual. So at this event, they celebrate the 2024 Apple Award winners and celebrate our students and all of the amazing accolades for our school district. Superintendent Kane did a great job giving an update on our celebrations across the district. So it was a wonderful event. Stay tuned for the Apple Awards. Those are great. Let's see. At the District Advisory Committee meeting, the focus was the Unified Improvement Plan, so we heard about that earlier this evening. They are working on a recommendation that will come to the board at our next meeting. And they are just some of the brightest people in the world. They ask the best questions, they are on top of it, and really care deeply about the data. So it was a great meeting that we had. I won't say anything about the student advisory group. I will let Director Myers just give a quick update on that we're meeting, right? So, all right. Yesterday I was able to join the CASB Legislative Bus Tour. So what is the CASB Legislative Bus Tour? So every year, the Federal Relations Network of CASB collects legislators and school board members, and they visit a district. So we went to Roaring Forks School District, and it was fascinating. It was such a wonderful visit. We were able to hear from their food nutrition director and how, feeding all the families now and the students and how that's impacted them. They treated us to delicious breakfast. We heard from students. They have a student that's on COYAC, or the Colorado Youth Advisory Council. Hopefully I'm saying that right. They work with legislators. Actually, they work with their peers across the state. They're elected by congressional districts, and they work on legislation. We've had someone on that in the past, but she has since graduated and she's in college right now. I don't think we have anyone on that right now. But what was really interesting as well is we visited their affordable housing projects that they have. They have built so many affordable housing buildings and learned how they've partnered with their community on that. And so I know that's something, I think someone even brought it up today. I know that's something that we have talked a little bit about in the past, but I think we could learn a lot from some of those partnerships. And if there is an interest, I think the Rural Alliance of Schools is hosting an event on housing in October. So if anyone on the panel is interested in that, I'm not going to be able to go. I have another commitment. I think it's October 24th. So, and I think it's in Vail, if I remember correctly. I can get you the details if you're interested. But also at Roaring Forks, we were able to talk to their family liaison program where they work with their community partners to help serve their community. We learned about their early childhood programs. So I'll try to scan these documents and share them with all of you. But it was just it's a wonderful opportunity to see what's happening in other districts and talk about it here.
Director Thompson?
Yes, so I just wanted to reemphasize something that was said during our superintendent update, which is that it is Suicide Awareness Month, and 988 was mentioned. That is an amazing service. You can text or call 988. I just wanted to build on this a little bit. You don't have to actively be in crisis to use that resource. It could be that you just need someone to talk to. It's also open to people who care about someone that they feel is in crisis to have support. So again, it's a great resource, and I just kind of wanted to plug it again, that it's available for so many different things, not just active crisis. And then Building the Dream Gala, Director Meek gave a great update on it. It was really enjoyable. It's always a really nice treat to go. I'm looking really forward to a lunch prepared by students at Legacy. So that's very exciting, and I was really happy to see that the auction items included student artwork and teacher artwork, and so that was a nice treat. I got to take home some prizes from that. And then, yeah, we had our safety and security meeting, and it was a great meeting. I just want to speak to the excellent collaboration between our district and our community leaders, our towns, our SROs, our police departments. I mean, it was just, it was a fantastic meeting, and I'm just grateful for that type of work that our district is doing.
Director Myers?
So we do have our next SAG meeting Monday, September the 23rd. And I'm not sure, Mr. Blair, do we have kind of a count of how many kids we have applications in completely for? 9. So we usually start out with a pretty big group. I believe Director Meek and I are pretty excited about going forward with this group with some changes that's, I think, a little unusual for some of them. And so just what we're going to do, and we're looking at more of a focus for this group so that when they do report to the board, they're really doing what they're supposed to do, is get back and get that feedback and that voice from their school. I did have a DCYI meeting Monday morning, yesterday morning. We're in a kind of a little bit of a limbo. We do still have our youth congress. Right now, it's still on Monday, October the 7th, but it has moved to the Legacy campus. But I guess we're waiting to see if one of our legislatures or somebody can find us another date. But I think we've all agreed that getting a date, just staying at the Legacy instead of changing the whole thing, is going to be a lot easier if we just go ahead and go to the Legacy Center and we have our experience. I know it's such an experience to go down to the Capitol, but I believe something happened. I don't know if it was construction or whatever that they couldn't have us this year. So I'll keep you updated on that and our kids that will be going along. And I know President Williams we had a moment of silence, and Deputy Superintendent Ms. Hyatt talked about our tomorrow being 23 years. And so if you will indulge me for just a minute, 23 years ago tomorrow, I'm going to get through this, my husband was driving me to school for some reason, and we had stopped at the stoplight at Mountain Vista and Mountain Ridge. And one of my teammates drove up beside me and she goes, "Did you hear the news?" Because this is like 7:15, 7:20 in the morning. And I said no, because my husband and I had been talking the whole way, no. And she said, "You need to turn on the news." So that when we got to school back then, 2001, kids didn't have phones with information on it. Parents might have been bringing some of their kids to school and maybe they heard it on the news. But for those of us that got to school early and were greeted by the administration, we were asked that day to leave our TVs off and not have conversation so that, and kids really didn't hear anything throughout the whole day because they weren't in conversations on their phones. And so it was kind of something that we honored so that they could go home and have those conversations with their students. It was a very impactful day for us. So if you will, I would like to read you something share something with you that I read this morning and just really hit me that we never should forget because of what's coming up Friday with our Heroes Gala and all of the people that we're going to honor in Douglas County that are our heroes in law enforcement, our SOR officers, all kinds of accolades. And I know Director Thompson and I will be there. So if you will just let me share this for a minute. On the morning of September 11th, 2001, United Flight 93 from Newark to San Francisco was hijacked by terrorists. With telephone confirmation from other planes had struck the twin towers of the World Trade Center, the passengers understood the hijackers' intent. 32-year-old Todd Beamer picked up a seat-back phone and reached GTE Supervisor Lisa Jefferson. He told her that he and others were going to jump on the hijacker guarding the passengers in the rear. Beamer asked her to pray the Lord's Prayer with him. He also made her promise to call his wife, Lisa, and tell her that he loved her and their two little boys. Then, dropping the phone, Beamer said, "Jesus, help me." After reciting Psalms 23, he said, "Are you guys ready? Okay, let's roll." Those were the unforgettable last words Beamer said before he and others rushed the hijackers of United Airlines Flight 93. There were screams, then silence. Brave American civilians rose against impossible odds and made the ultimate sacrifice. United Flight 93 crashed into a field near Shanksville, Pennsylvania, killing all 44 aboard. Of the 4 hijacked planes that morning, United 93 was the only one that failed to hit the targeted site. So I just want us to remember our heroes that we have and this great, wonderful country that we live in. And I just leave us with this: greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for his friends. And that's what our law enforcement does for us, and that's what our military does for us, and that's who our heroes are. So I want to give a big thank you to those people, and I cannot wait till Friday to all of this celebration, and Mr. Corey Chance gets to go, so I'm so excited. So thank you.
Director Geiger.
So I get to follow that.
Yeah, good luck with that.
It's been an interesting couple weeks. I'll let Director Moore update you on LRPC. I have been visiting, and I will visit all 9 of the elementary schools in my district, mostly to talk to the principals, mostly actually to listen to the principals. I appreciate that staff has helped arrange that. I'll finish those up next Tuesday. As you can guess, every principal wants to know what I know about growth and decline and combination of schools. It is, of course, frustrating to say at this point I don't know anything more than they do. My point is to go, just as I know other directors are doing, to go and just tell them that this is the face and tell them to ask any questions that they have and to give them reassurance that we're at least thinking as much as we can about this and trying to make those decisions in the best possible way. The feedback has been incredible. Because of the way we've done this, because of the way the administration has been upfront with our principals, every one of them tells me that they know that whatever the impact may be to their school, they understand why this is necessary. And I think that is both brave and understanding. They are concerned about their students, they are concerned about their teachers, they are concerned about their staff. And all we can do is reassure them that, in my mind, the board's duty on this only begins next April when we make the decision about the schools. We then have a year's worth of work to make sure we do it right. And I'm there to give them the commitment that I'm going to do that, and that I believe everybody on this board has that same commitment. So they're not easy conversations to have. It is always fun to go in our elementary schools. I was at one where they were loading up the buses to go to outdoor ed, which is always barely organized chaos, but fascinating to watch. It's always great to be in there with the kids. And in elementary schools ranging from kindergarten to 6th grade, you get the range of human experience. And to talk about some of our other issues as well. I will say, and kind of in keeping with what Director Meyer was talking about, as I walked out of one principal's office, I knew that they were doing their security lockdown. I'd come in, I'd seen the kids dropped off, I'd seen everybody happy for that day, I'd had a great conversation with the principal, and then I stepped out of that office and there were 8 armed and armored men and their dog getting ready to teach our kids how to be safe from crazy people. And this was 2 days after what had happened in Georgia. I don't claim to have answers. I have opinions. I know we have to do those because it's what kept people in Georgia safe. I thank every SRO I see because I know that they want to do that too, and I appreciate every one of those men standing in that office getting ready to help, but my heart sinks that it's necessary. And I continue to hope that we will find some better solution that doesn't involve having to teach our kindergartners how to hide. But that is the world that we unfortunately live in. Saw, of course, Director Grusing there, ready to lead, knowing that he and every person there would do everything they could to protect our kids. So, it's been one of the more impactful couple weeks as I've ever had here. Going to the foundation was a lot of fun. Raising the money was a lot of fun. Director Thompson and I will be going to a 4-course, we are all ponied up for a 4-course meal from some students, from the culinary students. It'll be wonderful. So I was reminded this week just how really great this district is, and also how serious some of the stuff we have to deal with is. So, thank you all.
Director Moore.
Thank you. As Director Thompson mentioned, safety and security meeting last week, really good meeting, first one of the year. Got a real good feel for just how busy these people are all summer long. The trainings that they work through and the effort they put in to be prepared for the year, for staff, students, parents, everybody. And I really also wanted to highlight the significant effort and collaboration, and again, Director Thompson talked about that as well, but the collaboration they're putting in to address a lot of concerns around pedestrian safety and traffic safety around all the schools. When you have 100+ buildings and 60-some thousand kids, and everyone's going to school at the same time every day and leaving at the same time every day. School traffic affects everybody, and there's so much to be managed. And some of it's difficult to do when you're trying to change personal behaviors of the individual. Pedestrians, bicyclists, walkers, parents, teachers, all the travelers going through those areas. And then they kind of reminded us that how things have evolved and changed in the advent of electric scooters and one wheels and electric bikes and all the things that people use for transportation today. This challenge just keeps growing, but they're putting a lot of work into it and collaborating to try to come up with solutions that will actually make a dent in it and help make things safer. And I'm just really proud of what our district's doing and how well they're doing it. And then LRPC, another good meeting. It was the same night or later that same day. A good presentation by our bond consultant, Sean Walsh. And, we had heard from the LRPC prior to voting to put 5A on the ballot, and we were told by LRPC that they supported and really thought what we needed to do was put that on the ballot. But after the bond consultant presentation, it was crystal clear that everybody on the LRPC was all in and thought this was really a wise decision and important for us to do. And then we had a really good presentation too on beginning of the year enrollment, and it may or may not reflect what the end of the year numbers look like, but our enrollment from 2023 was only down just slightly less than 1%. So any loss is not a good thing, but that's not too bad really when you factor in all the changes that we learned about. So anyway, good meeting, good group, and that LRPC is I'm just impressed by the quality of the volunteers and the level of expertise they bring, and that's the long-term commitment they bring to that. So thanks.
Well, awesome. Moving into item number 22, about 40 minutes sooner than planned.
Then I happily move to adjourn.
Motion by Geiger, second by Weiniger. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams. Aye. Weiniger. Passes 7-0. The meeting of the Board of Education is now adjourned.